Usually I want you to enjoy the music and then I will tell you what you heard.
Innovation here. I have built a digital hardware synthesizer that connects to any MIDI keyboard, and I can play it like a harmonium. This is a very convenient solution for harmonium players who are traveling, who don't necessarily have to carry the mechanical box with them. You can do a lot of things that the harmonium cannot do, like change the pitch, change the tuning based on the route that is played. I have a demo later on, so we can look at it. Thank you.
Most of the conferences we start with, you will play or you like? Okay, so you guys can slowly get up and while I talk. So in most of the conferences it starts with lighting a lamp, etc. And when we do things, we really believe in starting with something musical or dance. There's no introduction, it's just everything should start with that, because that's what soft power that we have across the globe. So big thanks to Tejas. Hold on 1 second, Tejas, just a second. So we thought a lot about what do we give. We have amazing speakers who come and they see what do we give them, okay? Most of you have most of the things, so you really don't need one more cup, one more something. So we got to do something that's symbolic of India. So we have these little clay glasses. I feel these are the most innovative things from India, because you drink and then you throw from dust to dust, it goes away. So everyone who comes here, get one of these. So Tejas, thank you. And where is your? Okay, here it is. Okay. So I just want to invite onto stage. Actually, before I invite onto the stage, I just want to say one thing. I want to stand here so you can first of all see me, but I'm vertically challenged. And secondly, I want everybody to notice how beautiful the sari I'm wearing is. Because I'm an unofficial ambassador of the Indian sari across the globe. So you should see how beautifully they are made in India. I want to start with thanks actually first, because they all come in the end. By that time, most of the people would have left. So I want to give my thanks first. First to the Consulate, to the Consul General, and they've just been the most amazing partners to do this. So big round of applause to the whole team. Actually, it's Dr. Srikar's team that we should really thank. Amazing team. Everything here has been done by them. And I also want to thank two women who've been very instrumental in this journey. When we start something like this, it's all crazy journeys, right? Oh, I want to do something, you have no idea what it means. And you need somebody who stands next to you. I first want to thank, when I wanted to do something about ink in 2007, the person who stood by me is Anu Sethuram. I really want to thank her. So she refuses to come on stage. Please stand at this time. She refuses to come on stage. She's the one who really started this journey. Thank you. And now come on to the stage my other partner, Kritika, who's now stepped forward to the next level. So come on, Kritika.
Put the presentation for CG.
And what we're going to do is tell you guys why you're here. Because a lot of you are here because you're our friends, you've seen our journey. But our journey is so amazing. I want you all to take a minute to understand what we are doing. And then we are going to have other talks on that. Kritika, thank you.
Well, wonderful.
Okay, hold on. I mean, therapy would be sometimes, right? Your friends, you take them all for granted. But I do want to say this woman started studying in Nanded School of Engineering and then came to US, studied in Syracuse, and then started Facebook in India, making it one of the most profitable divisions. And then went to run for the first woman partner at SoftBank, ran $1 billion fund, and then started OptimizeGEO now. And she's going to have a very good exit sometime very soon, and I'm also going to become rich. So with that, that's the pact. You work hard, I spend the money. That's the pact we have. So with that, Kritika.
No, wonderful. And welcome everyone to this beautiful gathering. And thank you again to the Consul General of India for being such gracious host. We are going to have him first, yes, set the stage. And what I heard, by the way, was that there was a similar India AI Summit just last week. And while all community gatherings are very important, one of the observations from the last one was there was one line of women, and there was 99% was not quite as diverse. So one, it just fills my heart to look around this room and see the diversity represented in this room, whether it's gender, whether it's youth, and from a movement perspective, for us, it's also about the differently abled, and it's truly about all different parts of the economic strata. You know, I think about how my mother is going to use AI and how she's going to be benefiting from that. So it's across strata, it's across socioeconomic, it's across industries, it's across sectors, and we're thrilled to be here with our partners as well. I know Raji is here from Blue Robin. We're going to hear from her soon. We have Naitri here, Rohini, Kamini, incredible partners. How many Naitri women in this room? Yeah, all right. Woo, okay. Awesome, and yes, Raji. So truly, this is a community coming together for the cause of inclusive AI. The mission is so big. You know, we are standing here at a place where the gender equity gap is 130 years. 130 years. All longevity improvements aside, I'm not going to live to see that gap close. But what we can do in our lifetime is to make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen with the AI equity gap. The stakes are too high, the technology is too transformative, and what we do early on is really going to define the trajectory. So that's what we're all here gathered together. And we will talk more about the AI Kiran initiative and how it came together. But to truly set the stage, I would like to request Consul General to say a few words. So with that.
Yeah, distinguished. Okay. Yeah, distinguished guests, my colleagues, especially tech team led by Srikar Reddy. Good afternoon, namaskar. On behalf of the Consul General of India in San Francisco, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this AI Impact Summit, pre-summit event that is being held at the Consulate in collaboration with AI Kiran and Ink Talks. I'd like to appreciate the AI Kiran team led by Srikar Reddy and also Lakshmi Praturi for organizing the second pre-summit event at the Consulate. In fact, as you're aware, we did a big flagship event on 3rd December in Mountain View at the Computer History Museum. But I can say that the AI Kiran was the first organization to start these pre-summit events in the Bay Area. So I'll make a presentation. In fact, this presentation was made by my colleague Abhishek Singh, who came from Delhi at the event. I thought some of these slides are relevant for participants here who might not have attended that event. I think you will be knowing more about the event that the Government of India is hosting in New Delhi from 19th to 20th. As you're aware, the theme of the AI Impact Summit is Sarvajana Hitaya and Sarvajana Sukhaya, which means like welfare for all and also happiness for all. So that is a broad theme of the event. And I'll just make a presentation. Initially, I'll speak about the state of the Indian economy and also what Government of India is doing to promote AI in India. And also, I'll also inform about what are the objectives and also the status of all the preparations that is being made by Government of India for all the AI stakeholders who will participate in the New Delhi summit. So as you're all aware, India is the fastest growing large economy, especially among the G20 countries. Just the last quarter results were out. The GDP growth, India grew around 8.2%. But even the international organizations like IMF and World Bank, they've also upgraded India's GDP growth for this financial year by 20 basis points from 6.3 to 6.5%. So India is consistently growing in the band of 6 to 8% over the last few decades, and we expect India also to grow at least 8% in the future, in the coming years, and our Prime Minister set an ambitious target to make India a developed country by 2047, where we would like to see India a $30 trillion economy and with a per capita income of around $18,000. And for that, India, as a medium-term target, we would like to see India a third largest economy after US and China by 2030. We hope that the digital economy will play a significant role in India. We are expecting Indian economy will be around 7 trillion by 2030, and 1 trillion will be contributed by the digital economy, which includes both services and also the electronics industry in India. So in that, especially the India government has made a great emphasis on the India's digital public infrastructure. As you can see, we have this India stack, where we have given the digital identity to all the 1.4 billion people in India. And we have this UPI payment system in India, where when you go to India, I think now nobody will accept cash, and you need to just scan the QR code and make any payment, even at a small street side vendor also, even 10 cents, 20 cents, you need to only make payment using a QR code. And also we have a secure data layer also, where we have a lot of digital documents of all the, like birth certificate and other educational documents are available, and all the digital certificates are on par with the regular certificates. So India, like this digital public infrastructure, especially the UPI, now it is being implemented in various countries, including in France, UAE, Singapore, Mauritius. So it is being also implemented in other, not only in developing countries, but also developed countries as well. So this is the AI India mission, which was launched in March last year. It has 7 pillars. And India, we started with very little computing capacity, but now we have close to 40,000 GPU capacity in India. And the other emphasis is also to build India large language models, especially we have some, I think, 12 models, 12 companies have been selected, but Sarvam AI, they are building a good large language model, sovereign model for India. And basically these models will be speech enabled, because as you know, in India, we still have close to 500 people who are not that literate, who can use applications, or they can use the information available on the website. So we want, for example, if a farmer wants any information on the about the what kind of harvest or climate or rain, anything related, he can simply give voice commands and get information about the market, and also about the government incentives or subsidies which he can benefit from. So we are trying to come up with those models, and also we are trying to create enough manpower. In India, we are trying to, especially even in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we are trying to develop data labs, and also curriculum, AI curriculum will be taught in various institutions in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities also. And also we are also encouraging the startups and researchers to build applications for the socio-economic inclusive development of India, especially in education, healthcare, agriculture, and other social sectors. And these people, like whatever computing capacity was set up in India, we have set up under the public-private partnership mode, and we are giving a lot of subsidy for these SMEs, startups, and researchers. So they can use less than 1 hour, for 1 hour, less than $1, they can access the 1 GPU computing capacity. And they are also, we are encouraging them to come up with a lot of these kind of applications for India. And even government is also giving incentives to the startups. We have a separate Startup India scheme, but in addition to that, under the AI mission scheme, we have this special startup fund which will be used for the startups in the AI domain. Now I'll come to the AI Impact Summit. So as you know, earlier this summit was started in UK in Bletchley Park, then it was held in Korea. Last year it was held in Paris, where India was also co-host with our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji was also there. and even the Vice President of the US also participated in the event. So basically, in India, the basic objectives of the summit is to how we can reduce the divide. Like Srikar Reddy just spoke about the divide in the gender gap, but even in the AI, we have seen there was there was a digital divide. Now there is also AI divide because a lot of AI development happening in a few countries, and also only few companies are developing these applications, and how the AI applications, whether these applications will be relevant in countries with a different socio-economic setup, because most of the data that is being used to develop the applications are based from certain countries. So those things will also be discussed. And also like the solutions India is developing in India, especially for the healthcare education. So whether these kind of solutions can also be used in other developing countries in the global south, especially, and also the standards, global standards, like at the UN and at the global partnership on artificial intelligence, the standards are being discussed, but they will also be discussed at the summit. And we are expecting participation from 100 countries, and we'll have not only the government representatives, but also a lot of CEOs of AI companies, and also other stakeholders like even civil society, academia, and other interested stakeholders will also participate in the event. We are expecting close to 40,000 people to physically participate in the 1 week overall summit week in New Delhi. So there are 3 pillars envisaged for the summit. One is people, the second one is planet and progress. So people, like all the people on earth should benefit from the AI. So that is one of the important objectives. As I mentioned, the AI divide should be reduced and AI should be accessible to all people all over the world. And planet is very important because we are talking about the data centers which consume huge energy. How can we make these data centers use green energy? And also how AI can be used to reduce energy consumption, especially by especially grids and other things, and also how AI can be used to reduce resource consumption. For example, in the automotive industry, we have seen autonomous vehicles in the San Francisco. So if we use such AI technology in other fields, whether it can reduce the resources consumption and thereby help the planet, and also how AI can also be used to predict floods and other natural hazards, so that it will also benefit the planet. And progress, like how AI can enhance productivity in all sectors, and how AI can also be used in socio-economic development, especially in the healthcare, education, making it accessible to all. Like the other day at the event on 3rd, we had the keynote address by Vinod Khosla. So he mentioned how AI is going to help people all over the world, even without education levels, they can benefit from the AI applications by 2030, 2035 timeline. So there are 7 working groups which are already there. I think so. The working groups have one Indian representative, one representative from the developed countries, and one representative from the developing countries. They are holding various virtual meetings, and they're coming up with some outcomes hopefully by the summit time, we'll have some outcomes ready by these working groups. So the government also launched 3 global challenges. One is AI for all, AI by her, and also UIA. Maybe some of you must have applied for this AI by her, because we have 17% of the international applications, because the AI Kiran is working for reducing the AI gap among women. And the government of India is also working with international organizations. You can see WHO, IEA, UN, and also other organizations we are also using them as knowledge partners to come up with some reports and compendiums which will be used for the AI Impact Summit. And these are other organizations, the Government of India is working to come up with such kind of reports. And one important thing is there will be a big expo which is being organized at the summit. We are expecting around 300 plus exhibitors from India and 30 plus countries. So where they can showcase AI solutions and also products like if somebody is interested from the Bay Area to participate in this expo, feel free to contact the consulate. We'll try to facilitate you set up a booth there at the AI Impact Expo. And this is the same summary of the thing. So these are some of the key engagements. This is the event, the main summit is on 19th and 20th February. But there are also a lot of events which we are planning from 16th to 18th. So some of the events you can see on the screen. And if some of you, like AI Kiran and other organizations, you like to organize events or participate in these events before the main summit event, so please contact us so that we can put you in touch with our colleagues in Delhi. So just to give you an idea, we have early confirmations, like we have confirmations from the President of France and President of Brazil, and also we have CEOs you can see from the Bay Area. We have NVIDIA CEO, we have Google CEO confirmed, and also a lot of others, like even Anthropic CEO is also confirmed to participate. So here you will get more information. And the purpose of organizing these kind of pre-summit events is to encourage you to participate in the Indian main summit event on 19th and 20th February as delegates. And if you are interested, feel free to contact the consulate. My colleague Srikar Reddy is here. And the second objective is to connect the startup ecosystem, especially the deep tech and AI ecosystem in India with the ecosystem in the Bay Area. So whether you are a researcher or entrepreneur or a venture capitalist or investor, if you want to collaborate with Indian startups or you want to explore opportunities in India in the AI and tech ecosystem, feel free to contact the consulate. We will get you in touch with the relevant companies and also relevant state investment promotion agencies. And we would like to act as a bridge to connecting both the ecosystem in India and the US. So once again, I welcome you all to this AI pre-summit event. I would like to again thank AI Kiran, Srikar Reddy and Lakshmi Praturi for organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to say one of the reasons why we started this journey way back when in 2007, 2008 is that so we felt India's stories has been told by everybody else except Indians, and so we really felt strongly something has to be done. So Anu and I worked on this. We took tech to India and started Inc. So we've been on this journey. And I want us to, Kritika and I'll take you through the pivot, like we've been there for 15 years and done a lot of work, collected a great community. And now is the age of AI. There will be a world before AI and a world after AI. And as it comes, we really need to create a more equitable world. We have an amazing opportunity to do that, and that's why we are pivoting what we are doing to say, AI Kiran, we are organizing, we are partnering with METI to take a large group of women to the conference from across the globe, have talks and things like that. And also, 4 years ago, actually India was ahead of all this. We were going to launch the first AI conference called RAISE, Responsible AI for Social Empowerment. We were going to do that in 2020. So Inc. partnered with METI, and we were all pretty much sitting in Abhishek's office and working on this. We had an amazing program, and then COVID happened. So, and we immediately moved it online, and we did the first ever large AI conference, and really India has been ahead of all this in 2020. And so it's been great to be part of the journey and continue to be part of that journey. And now new layer is added with AI Kiran to make sure it's as equitable as possible. So with that, it will become.
So we're going to take 10 minutes to just double click on what AI Kiran is all about. I will stand there so that we can see all the slides. So what is AI Kiran all about? It's a movement for inclusive innovation. The people who started the movement, it's just started, right? Because none of this happens without each one of us in this room really taking steps forward. But the people who put this into motion, I've had, as Lakshmi introduced, being part of the AI revolution changes through its many formats. She mentioned I did my engineering in Nanded. It was actually in Nanded that I had my first exposure to artificial intelligence. It was the first year that AI was offered as a potential elective. And way back then as a student, I rallied the student community and I said, AI is going to be this next big thing. Of course, we have to have it offered in our college that very year. Of course, it took a few decades for it to be the every other word. But from that time to my role as the first employee for Facebook in India, their managing director for India and South Asia, I see incredible colleagues like Vatsal in the room here, saw the country go digital and mobile. So from that to then coming back to the Valley and being the first female investment partner at SoftBank Vision Fund, I see people like Carmen in the room at Vogue and had the opportunity to co-invest with firms like Mayfield, see that change as well. And now in my current avatar as a startup founder, one of the reasons for jumping back into building was seeing the stat that, okay, take a guess, what percentage of deep tech founders are female? Take a guess, this is just a guess. What do we think? 1. All right, yeah, see, all the guesses are single digit percentage. So it was one of those things that I said, oh my God, okay, this can't be. And if not me, who? If not now, when? And jump back into founding. They say, by the way, a startup takes an average of 3 pivots to hit escape velocity. We are there with our newest platform launch called OptimizeGEO, which helps brands be relevant in AI search results. I was talking to Janaki and she said, wait, but isn't that what Perplexity does? I'm like, no, Perplexity is getting the information from a bunch of sources. We help optimize every brand's presence in AI search results. It's the next big thing as we think about the shift from consumers going to Google search to finding answers to now looking at AI search and 75% decisions coming from there. So I have Nidhi, who's our Chief Growth Officer. Please reach out if you want your brand company to be optimized, send them our way. And the reason I need OptimizeGEO to be a $1 billion company is so that we can do more in terms of initiatives like AI Kiran, because Consul General mentioned this is about all voices being represented and inclusive being such a key goal metric for the country, for the globe. And as we started this, and sort of as my incredible co-founder, Lakshmi and I met way back in our Meta days, so this was coming full circle as we saw who is it that we do this with. So the technology infrastructure for the AI Kiran community is contributed by Verix OptimizeGEO, but all of the funding is channeled through In Global Foundation, both present in India and the United States. And truly, they have been doing God's work, and it's exciting to join forces in this way. So let's double click into what is this all about. So this is an ecosystem for inclusive AI innovation. It's starting from India, but it's for the globe. Our goal is to spotlight, skill, and support 1 million women, youth, and differently able. And as we think about that, this is the only holistic initiative that goes across all tiers. It starts with the AI learners, so these are people in high school, to people in university, to people in industry, to academia, to a category called AI contributor that we feel very strongly about. These are people who are doing data gathering, data labeling, and fueling the AI revolution of the world. Often the unsung heroes of the AI revolution, we want to make sure they're spotlighted and are brought together both in a holistic community, and there's also specific programming for each of these cohorts as well. And we're not starting off at a great place. We're only talking about like 20+% of professionals in the AI world being women. Every percentage point that we change now is going to have a difference in how quickly that gap closes. It's so important to start early, so let's start now. What are we doing as part of AI Kiran? We have this holistic 5-pillar initiative where one, it starts with recognition. You can't be what you can't see, so that's where it starts with. Before AI Kiran started, if you went to ChatGPT and asked, tell me about 100 women in AI in India, it would give you 10 people. It would say, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question, okay? But there are more than in India, women who are working on AI. And so it's starting from there, and today the community is 10,000 people strong. Each of them have a blockchain badge from the government of India recognizing their contributions that they take very proudly and use it for all of their career amplification. We help bring them together online and offline. There's a whole education pillar with a lot of our different partners. NASCOM, CII, we're just very proud to join forces with many, many incredible organizations. We help grow them through a fellowship program that we're looking to launch in 2026. And there's a ton of policy level interventions that we work on. All of this information is on the website as well. It just talks about the kind of things that we do in each of these pillars. This is about the impact so far. As we said on the first one, if you have to think about the million, we have added a few zeros since we started, and we just started in July. 10,000 women strong. We just have to add 2 more zeros to get to that million. So every, one person bringing in another 10, we're there. There's a connection, including in events like this. There's the education. Very, very thrilled to see the number of corporates as well as universities that have come together. Indian School of Business, a premium business school in India. They are sponsoring 25 women to come together for their entrepreneurial program. So whether it's things like this, whether it's T-Hub, I can't say Vikash. Is Vikash here? We did a series of AI courses in India. Vikash was a product manager at Meta, trained a whole bunch of product managers, thousands of product managers, both at Meta and places like Stanford. We took him down to India, had women from AI Kiran there. So really contributions at different levels, again, university, industry, and more. We spoke about the fellowship, and there's a ton of thought leadership work that we're doing, including conversations that we're having with Naitri in terms of what we can do for think tank work. All right, so this is our impact so far, and it's not complete if we just speak about it. I want to show you 2 quick videos to show you, real people who are part of this community. So I'm going to play the first video, and I just click, and this is our AI contributor community, I think. All right, here we go.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಚಂದನ. ನಾನು ಮೈಸೂರಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ನನ್ನ ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಟೀಮ್ ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿನ ಇಡೀ ನಾನು ಡೇಟಾ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಕ್ವಿಸಿಷನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡೇಟಾ ಅನಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ. AI Kiran ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಅಂಡ್ ನನ್ನ ಶ್ರಮನ ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ನಂಗೆ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಾನೇ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬಾ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕಲಿತಾ ಇರೋಣ, ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬೆಳೆಯೋಣ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿ
All right. As she says, everybody progress counts.
Hi, என்னோட நேம் விஷால். நான் திருச்செங்கோட்டிலிருந்து வரேன்.
So you get the idea, okay? All right. Now I'm going to then shift gears to a woman on the industry side of the landscape, and please hear from Anumeha.
Hi, I'm Anumeha Srivastava, Chief Business Officer at Q.AI, an AI healthcare company. And I'm an AI trailblazer with AI Kiran. Businesses are completely getting transformed with AI, and it is bound to have a downstream impact on our communities and our personal lives. It is only fitting then that the decisions around this great transformation are made in rooms that are inclusive. AI Kiran is making exactly this happen. It has already provided a platform for thousands of women in India that are learning, growing and building in the space of AI. It is important that women are heard, and this space allows for not just upskilling and recognition, but also this community that allows people to discuss the undiscussed. I've spent the last decade making AI solutions a reality in healthcare systems. And I'm excited not just to contribute to this community, but also learn from the women here and grow in the field of AI.
I think the women of AI Kiran deserve a huge round of applause. So can we hear it for the women in AI Kiran? So with that,
And nothing can be done without people who really believe in you, and it all matters. The money you give, the time you give, and the resources you give, everything matters. And I really want to thank some of the early ambassadors that we have. We have Akash Chaudhary, who from Delhi, from everywhere, and I want to especially thank Raji. So she'll tell you that we take your money, time, and resources, and more. It doesn't end with one thing. So she's the first one who came and said, what do you need? And she's just there. So these are our ambassadors. And then we also have signed up. And we also want to say AI is not just in one vertical of technology. We're looking at fashion and AI, real estate and AI, all kinds of verticals. So Yash and Anita Dongre have come forward. So they signed up as visionaries. And if you were part of our community, you would have been invited to Anita's opening on Beverly Hills and would have come with us to have a great party. So I just want to say being part of this community is not just about technology and what we do. It's really about having fun together, growing together, learning together. The reason Anita and Yash are excited to work with us is that they get to meet a bunch of technologists. The reason Akash is excited, he's an educationalist, and he feels, hey, I get to meet people in fashion and real estate. Somebody in real estate is excited because they get exposure to technology. So it's important that we have a interdisciplinary approach, and that's what the partnership with us comes full circle, because that's what Inc. has been dedicated for the last 15 years of collecting an amazing group of people across disciplines, across the globe, across age groups, across gender. So that's been our effort. So now this takes us to action instead of just a community. And here are all the other partners, and of course, there are people like Naitri and Harki who have all been partners, and they step forward depending on a local. If there's an event here, Rohini was there, what can I do? I mean, it's been so wonderful to have partners like this who just jump, and same thing with the consulate. What do you need? The question is always, what do you need? It's never about why this, why that. It's always why not. So I want to thank for that. And I have the most expensive clicker here with me doing my job. Thank you. So I do want to say that it's not complete unless we ask. One of the things I learned is that my name is Lakshmi. So my dad told me when he gave me the name that I'm giving it to you in name, don't ask me for kind. So he left me with a great legacy, but I learned very quickly that I need it in cash also. So unless I ask, I don't get it. So when I started the journey with Inc., it's a best joke. Anu wrote the first check, and Jay came and said, why are you writing as a check? It's a write-off anyway. It's never going to come back. So he knew it's never a good investment. He just knew it's a write-off. So we have people like Susan Wojcicki, unfortunately, who passed away, Scott Cook, Asha, and Rajiv. Everybody stepped forward, gave us money. And people like Arun and Purnima did more than money, help us raise lots of money. Everybody here has helped us so far. And the fellows program that we were referring to, the AI Kiran Inc. Fellows program we're going to be launching, is a 15-year-old program. We have over 250 fellows already. They go across the globe. We have some of the most amazing people who have come out of it. National awards, Oscars, Grammys, all kinds of things, and IPOs also. So we want you to be part of this journey. What does it mean? We are very ambitious. In the next year, we want to have 500 people who will be our champions. People commit $1,000 a year for 3 years. This is another thing we learned is you need multi-year commitment. Otherwise, it just goes and you're starting again all over. It's just a pain. So we want 500 people. We have 100 ambassadors who will commit $10,000 a year for 3 years. And we want 10 visionaries who will commit $100,000 a year for 3 years. And we, as you've seen, we have already 4 ambassadors. We have a visionary, and hopefully more people will come out. We need at least half of you to sign up today, otherwise you're not leaving. So just make a choice. No food for you otherwise. So, so we really need your support to do this. And and you know, what do we need it for? What do we spend it on? First of all, what's not here, I'm going to have Kritika say something about. What's not here is the people we need. You need absolutely amazing people to work to make this happen. So we need to get those people on board. And secondly, like the fellows program, etc., they cost money because we get amazing people. We send them all over the world. We give them training and all that stuff. We need to publish white papers. We need to do story partnerships. Every video you saw, we send people to record it and put it out there. We need them from all over the world. We need these stories. And individual events, when you do something like this, still have to pay for food, we still have to pay for stuff. And I really want to thank the people because of which we didn't have to pay for things, which saves us. Really big thanks to people like Deepthi, who's just, you know, volunteer. Next thing she knows, this is her full-time job apart from the full-time job. And Raji, and also Diya TV, who's here. All of them have been, when do you need it? Never why. So I really want to thank all of them, and especially, you know, I have a home in the Bay Area because of my friend Suki. The carpet on the stage comes from our house. Anything that happens, like, Suki, you know, what can you do? So I want to thank all these people, because unless all these people are there who open their homes for us, anytime our fellows come, they stay in Anu's house, Purnima's house, their houses. I have all the codes to their house, keys to their houses. Every house has one night dress of mine, so I can stay if I want to. So I want to thank my Bay Area family, really, for making this journey happen so far. So big round of applause to all the people who have worked on this. Really big thanks. So these are all the things we need, and there are some things we didn't put here. I want Kritika to talk about the NIF partnership.
Sure. Yeah, and by the way, you know, Suki, like how many of you, this is Suki of, yes, Suki Food. Or had call, and how many of you live on Suki? Yes, so again, it's just incredible to have just OGs, OG entrepreneurs who are really backing this journey. So there are things that you see on this, and then there are various initiatives already in motion. You know, we have a big partnership with, of course, India AI and METI. We have a big partnership with the National Innovation Foundation. They have 5 lakh schools across the country. And as we tell them, even if you have 2 girl learners from each of these schools, we hit 1 million. We're working on an ambitious rollout plan in each state, starting with the state of Karnataka. Again, all of that costs money, right? So we're talking about 500,000 to educate 500,000 learners across the country, as that, you know, as in a very staged manner. So those are the kind of ambitious goals that we have, and time, talent, treasure, we need all of that. I remember, by the way, in my initial days working in the nonprofit sector, where I would be asked for all 3, and my initial reaction would be, wait, I'm giving my time, I'm giving my talent, and you also want treasure? But you realize that that's how it works. You can't just come in and, you know, give your ideas or give your connections. It takes resources to make it happen. So truly come to this with all of those 3 in whatever capacity and whatever way. This is too important of a mission, and you're all here because you feel a pull towards the cause. So thank you for your time. And throughout this afternoon, you're going to see various facets of AI, and that actually is representative of the kind of way that we're developing the AI Kiran community and program.
Okay. So do you want to click this? Sorry.
Should I just give this to you?
No. So here are the bank accounts. We get a QR code for you also. If you send to the bank account, we save the 2-3% for PayPal, but otherwise, please send it directly. We'll flash the QR code later. Do you want to go to the next slide? Yeah. Sorry. So this is what we want you to remember so far. 10,000 women shaping India's AI future, and we are going to get more. That's our goal. So thank you so much for your time for this. Thank you.
All right.
So I do want to acknowledge one thing at Inc. We are very particular is being on time, and we are doing terribly. We started 10 minutes late, so we are 20 minutes behind time right now. We promise we'll try to make up. In the end, we have some padding, but I apologize. I want to call out and apologize for that. With that, earlier the Consul General was saying that we had the kickoff last week, and Vinod Khosla was the opening keynote, and we wanted to one up that, and we wanted to bring someone who's smarter than Vinod Khosla and been in the background a lot more. And so I had to, I've known Neeru Khosla for a long time. And so big round of applause. So one of the things, come on, you have to give. So one of the things I always say is that, both, she married her college sweetheart, came here, and then Vinod Khosla happened, come. High schools, okay, sorry. They knew each other, she knew him way back when. And fifth grade, sixth grade?
15. We were 15 years old.
15 years old, okay, and she's still with him. So that says something about him. So, so I always feel that when there is this amazingly famous guy, like there's an equally amazing woman who's willing to let him be famous. So I just wanted to make sure she was here because she's a microbiologist, super smart woman. Sorry, molecular biologist. I'm so sorry. I'm so excited I get all the biologists confused. Whatever it is, she's a super smart woman. I can't even pronounce half the things she does. And she came here, had 4 children, raised them amazingly, and done something fantastic for the last 2 decades, okay? And no one knows about it. So it's about time we make her mission as important as anything else that's happening in the world because it's truly fantastic. So with that, Neeru, I really want to tell us, you've been a board member of the school, NEVA, and really learned, one of the other things a lot of people say, I'm not doing a job, I'm staying home, I can't do anything. This woman never stays home. So even when she was raising her children, she was on the board and really driving amazing change in the school. So Neeru, I want you to tell us the seed for your excitement about education, learning came when you were raising your children and were part of the board. So what is it you saw there? And then she started CK12 about 18 years ago, and we'll talk about that. But what is it that drove you to take this as your passion?
First of all, thank you for that introduction. I had nothing to do with Vinod's success. Okay, let's get that clear. It's his.
This is what all women say, ignore it.
No. It's for us to build our own success.
I agree.
Right?
Agree.
We cannot just say because he's successful, I should be successful.
Agree.
We've got to show it, right? So I've been working towards, first I thought medicine was the way to go. We're
going to stand up and talk because we both are vertically challenged.
Yes,
you need to see
us.
So,
for me, it was when I came here and, I could walk into a library, take a bunch of books, which I never had access to.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, I remember that.
Right? So it was unbelievable. I said, why is it that we have kids who want from me a pen in Kerala? Little kid comes up to me and said, can I get a pen, please? It broke my heart. It was 1997. So I said, I've got to do something. I had 4 kids, got my kids a fantastic education. Can't even, just come talk to me afterwards and I can talk about all that. She asked me to be crisp, so I'm going to be crisp. One of the things was that I said, when I went through that, I got fascinated by what makes learning happens. And there are 3 components to that. There is the content. Everyone has to have access. We have to have an adult mentor. And finally, we have to have a will in the child. Without those 3 things coming together, we're not going to get what we want. You saw all the great stuff these guys talked about for AI Kiran, getting these women into AI. But I tell you something. The problem is, how are we going to get there if we don't have the right things for these women, right? the right content. This is something Miral Shah, who's my co-founder, and he's a technologist. The things we found is that you cannot just will these things. You cannot just, bring all these great things. You have to take the steps to get people there. And we took 18 years. We didn't talk about much of what we were doing because we were building that flywheel. The problems are not going to be solved. We all know the problems, cheating and costing money, and you've seen, all the past two presentations talk about this. We cannot make that happen unless we can encourage, engage, and take these kids step by step. The kids are, even if you get the women to do this, there's going to be, are we going to be having a kind of workforce that's going to help carry it on? So we've got to make sure, and that's what fascinated me. How can I get these kids to be really engaged?
One of the things we talked about, Neelu, I'd love for you to talk about, is that it's not just about making the lesson interesting. You really have to understand how their brain works and customize it to their way of learning, And just tell us a little bit, give me an example of something you've done or you're doing where that's possible.
So let me give you we're doing a lot of work about this, it's not just giving them access. It's not just about, hoping they'll do it. We watch kids when we gave them access to content. It didn't do it. We gave them access to real-world examples. We created a lot of technology that works together, but it didn't do it. We found a paper that came out of a couple of teachers from Bhutan a few years back. What they found that once kids started using CK12, they got very encouraged. Their whole mentality changed because what we provided for them wasn't just the content. It wasn't just,
Getting better grades
or better grades. It's nothing about that. Yeah. It's all about, can I do well? It's mental. There's a mental gap that stops them. So if we can get these kids to think about, yes, you can do it. And I think you have some kids who are going to speak. I'd be surprised that if they don't talk about, I could do it, right? It's the same thing with the women.
It's the mental makeup.
Mental makeup, right? If we can switch that, and that's what we've been focusing on, trying to fix, how are we going to show them step by step how these things connect? I told you that look around you, there is not a single concept that's explained by, there is no single thing that's out there that's explained by one concept, right?
Yeah.
So
we were talking about just for the sun's rays to touch us, there is all kinds of things happening. There's a nuclear fusion to something else, to ozone layer, there's 50 things happen for that to come to us. But we expect a kid to be educated by doing one thing, by going to class and learning and nothing else. It's impossible. We are asking the impossible.
Yeah, I think that we really do have to rethink education, and we've done such an amazing job on that. And usually, as you can tell, for 18 years, I've kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
But now's the time to really go check out flexi.org. Go check out ck12.org.
Yeah.
Because it tells you the relationship, the tight relationship that works with teacher, an adult, content, and somebody a student can talk to for 24/7. That can take them step by step to what's missing and slowly explain.
Yeah.
We talk about COVID, gap. There is no way we can close that gap because there's already gap way back there, right? That COVID gap isn't going to happen
Right,
unless we bring them up. So we've created a system that does deep knowledge tracing of the student's mind. That deep knowledge tracing, with the help of a conversation, our flexi tutor converses with the students. The deeper, the longer the conversations, the better they get. So imagine, from day one, I told the team, take these conversations and classify them into what kind of questions they are. Mm-hmm. And we found, guess what kind of question is the most impactful question?
To ask the student, you mean?
Yeah. No, not that anyone, right? What do I think?
No, that's the question. What do you
Yes.
think? That's the question to ask. What do you think?
Oh, what do you think? Okay, yeah, that could be a good one.
Yeah.
Why? Curiosity question, the why question. That's the only, when I went to school, they told me you can't ask a why question. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
We've got to ask these questions. The questions the why questions these students ask on their own. We're not asking them, right? They ask this number one question, my favorite. Why does the sun burn? And there's no oxygen up in the air, there. Anyone know? Came from a kid. You know what the answer is? We at once know that this kid is mistaking nuclear reaction with chemical reaction. What's happening at the sun is the nuclear reaction.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of questions that really kind of keep going. There are lots of things that are coming from India. These kids from India are starting to ask with...
And you're in Meghalaya, you're in all kinds of places
We are in
India.
Meghalaya. We today have work going on Bhutan, where they've converted everything into... They're converting all the content for, K to 11, I think, to Flexi. We can take anyone's content that they know works to teach. We can take that content and help put intelligence on that, so we can deeply make you understand what's happening, what part of your class is not going to, we can predict what part of your class isn't going to, be able to answer something correctly. Something, the most fascinating thing that I found about, one of the most, there's so many, that we can now tell, because this is digital, we can now, and it's interactive, we've got all modalities, simulations, we've got the ability to answer, kind of see how they're doing, how they're understanding. But, we can tell the teacher, hey, you realize your students stopped reading here. So any question that you ask below that, they're going to not be able to answer. This is something we cannot do in a classroom. We can figure out they're reading, how much time they're spending. Of course, there are some other things that we are still working on, but it is very well implemented, created. This, flywheel, content, student, teacher.
So the last question I have for you, Neeru, is that, you're working in Meghalaya, Bhutan, all these places. And as you said, she's been quiet, but I dragged her to India. She spoke at Inc. about 10 years ago. I said, you must come talk about this. One of the things I want you to wrap up by saying is that with AI now, there is all these other knowledge that's available, etc. But what is the marriage of your 20 years of data versus AI? How can this give a better solution in the future?
There's some things you have to understand about human beings, right? One of them is that we have non-negotiables that make us a human. right? Whether it's in learning, whether it's in caring, whether it's in, the way we feel, the way we react to each other in the moment. Those are non-negotiables that are not going to be replicatable in the near future, even by AI, right? So for us, I think we continue to keep going, even though we're not very big. We're not spending millions of dollars into this thing. But we are trying to kind of, in the future, we're going to be able to, I forgot your question.
It's about how is the current AI, and married to the work that you have done for last 20 years, come together, can do something better.
So what we can do better is a vertical that's specifically based on learning and teaching for young kids, which is the foundational, right? You cannot just say we're going to make the levels of the language better. We can translate into something, or we can, make the context. This has got to be so specifically personalized for you, which is the data we've been collecting for the last 18 years directly with interactions, directly with the tools we've created. So we just didn't create these tools. We've very, thoughtfully thought about what are the things that each one of these technologies as evolution happened in the last 20 years that we can use, and that brings value to where each technology is going. So it's not just about one technology, it's not AI. It's actually bringing lots of the, learning sciences, cognitive sciences, lots of those things that we know about that we bring into AI, which will actually mature it specifically for children. And then also we take it forward to all the women. What are they missing that makes it harder for them? I'm very interested in that. I'd love to kind of,
You're already on. You're already a partner. You just don't know it.
I should have known.
Thank you so much, Neeru, for your time. Thank you.
And something, anybody who's interested, reach out. I'm Neeru, Neeru at CK12, CK12.org, and Miral, Miral at CK12.org. Reach out to us. We too need all the help we can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeru. One of the things that's been really amazing for me is that how many people do great work and don't talk about it, and especially women. It took me a lot to get Neeru out. Like last week, there was December 3rd, there was a thing going on. I told her, you should just come attend, come there. So she came. I said, come, let's go talk to Abhishek Singh. He should know what you're doing because they have something called Diksha. And I said, you should integrate what you're doing over there with the government. So take it and introducing, because I think we need to not just do the work, but speak the work and be the work also. So with that, I have the next person is someone I met almost 15 years ago. She was running the Nokia Research Lab in India, one of the few Indian women who's a superstar tech leader. And she decided to move to US and had multiple companies, sold them. She'll share her story and about why we're talking about parenting in the age of AI. That's the sort of topic we're talking about. It's about how you influence our children. So with that, I want Raji Kannan to come share her story about parenting in the age of AI.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Yes, it's been wonderful knowing Lakshmi over the last 15 years. Today, I'm here to ask a very important question. What rewires a child's confidence? Neeru Khosla talked about I can do it attitude, and the wheel behind that is confidence. And today I'm here to talk about how to rewire a child's confidence and share my learnings from it. I grew up in Coimbatore, which is in southern part of India, but during the summers, I spent my time in Kerala, which is just 45 minutes from Coimbatore, right? And this is the scene you would see in the morning and in the evening. Elders would come right next to your house. They will talk about stories, they will talk about music, they will talk about culture, they will exchange gossip, news, everything. And as a child, that is the way you learn, right? The first 5 years, it's oral traditions that are passed on to you. And it is the human connection that is very important. My parents did not finish high school at all. My mother comes from a farmer's family, and my dad studied in orphanage. So because they couldn't do education, for them it was very important that me and my brother studied engineering, right, or doctor. I fainted when I cut the frog, and I told them that if ever somebody was to come for surgery, I would be the worst doctor. She believed in me, so I was okay to do computer engineering. I was working at Nokia Research Lab. I set up the first computational imaging lab in Bangalore when my daughter was born. It was just 8 months old. We were all extremely happy that she was born. And one day, after I came from Nokia, after I came back from work, I hugged her, I picked her up like every other day, right? And I noticed something was wrong. It didn't feel quite right. In the following weeks, I noticed that she became more silent. Everybody around me told me that, yeah, it'll be all right, your kid will be fine. Every kid takes their own time to talk, respond. But I knew something was wrong. So I took her for an evaluation, and she was diagnosed to be neurodiverse. At that time, they called it PDD-NOS. It was called Pervasive Developmental Disorder. Now it's called autism since 2013. My world came crashing down. Even when I think about it, it gives me goosebumps. We went for therapy, we went for occupational therapy, speech therapy, name it, vision therapy, name it, we did it. But it is not just therapy that changed things. It is much beyond that. I had to learn how she learned. So whenever we put music in our house, she was very happy, she danced, and she was really happy about it. So me and my husband, we decided to join her in a dance class. The very first dance class we joined her, the teacher said, she is not listening to your instructions. We cannot take your child. So we didn't give up, right? Because we know she comes alive with music and dance. So I took her to another dance class. Oh, could you go back? Okay. Yeah, so I took her to another dance class where the dance class was full of mirrors, right? And just by looking at the mirrors, she was one of the fastest learners there. So I understood that she is a visual learner, and it took me time to understand that this is how she learns, right? She was also very good in art. From these two experiences, she would just sit for hours and hours and draw, right? Otherwise, she would be very, very impatient. But give her something with art or dance, and she would be patient for hours together. So I learned that I need to show, not tell. I should not give her repeated instructions. Which kid likes repeated instructions here? Nobody, right? I see many of your parents laughing here. So my career was doing great. I was doing well at Nokia Research Labs. I also went to MIT Media Lab and did one of the first augmented reality startups. And much of my life was spent building things, right? I understood the world through building things. So I went to US when I got the opportunity to start my first startup. And that was also an idea that was inspired by my daughter. I loved photography, but every time I wanted to be in a photograph, I was the one clicking it, so I was never there. So I wanted to get inside the frame. So I built a camera called Kiba Smart Camera. My daughter named it Kiba after a Japanese cartoon character. And we launched it at CES. It was one of the world's first self-editing AI cameras that could be voice controlled. You just had to say keybar record and it would record and it would give you the beautiful snippets at the end of the day. And the very first day I was accepted to a hardware accelerator at PCH Highway 1 right here in San Francisco. We were one of the 10 startups that were accepted globally. And the very first week I got a target that I have to sell 200 cameras. I've never sold anything before that. I was like a nice scientist, never sold anything before that. So went door to door, started selling those cameras. Then the next day would be a new target. So I devised a plan. I would go to Apple stores, put getkeyboard.com in all the laptops and run away. And I would do that with 10 more such stores, right? So all my hesitation just went out of the blue, right? I would sit in SF Beach, right? And put down a platter and say, I need 20 moms to recruit for my first pilot, right? So I made it happen. I didn't know any investor at that time. I fundraised. Whatever happened, was great. So hardware accelerators, any accelerator, startup accelerators are great. They get the best out of you. While I was doing this, my daughter and my husband were alone in India. I mean, they had a full joint family. I was alone here. So, I wrote her a bunch of letters and told my husband, if she ever asked for me, please give her one letter each day, anytime she asked for me. And I'd written like a bunch of it. And I have to thank my husband, my in-laws, and my parents because they made sure that I was not missed, though she still gives to me sometime even now. Like me, much of my daughter's progress was through building. We started with a few development kits in hardware. She then moved to research because she herself was neurodiverse. She was extremely inspired in neuroscience research. She joined Berkeley programs for neuroscience, and then she did neuroscience research for Parkinson's, for helping also stroke patients with rehabilitation. And all of this took her to a place where she's comfortable now. Apart from that, she also worked for 4 years at a local community garden at Fertile Groundworks, and she was growing crops to feed the poor. Like me, she had to also sell door to door. Why only I should go through the trouble? I made her go through it. She designed her own startup called Joy Balls. It was terrarium inside those jars. She made her own imaginary world come alive inside those terrariums. Rabbits would have tea party, ducks would cross the bridge. And she made these for senior care centers. And she distributed them. She went house to house and did that. What I learned is that projects do two things to a child. One, it builds skills, hard skills. And second, it builds belief that you can do it too. During COVID, I left my corporate career because I wanted to be more with my high school kid. At that time, my kid was in high school. I knew that I had few more years before she went to college, so I took a break. And in that break, I started teaching her. But again, a school nearby told me, why don't you teach math? A lot of teachers are resigning. So I started teaching for math competitions and after-school math. And soon, one kid became 20 kids. And I started also teaching for projects, hardware projects, research projects, and others to high school students. Soon it became 150 kids. And what I learned through this journey is that every kid has talent, every kid has capability. What they don't have is confidence, structure, and guidance. If we can provide it to them, any kid can achieve anything. This journey not only rewired my daughter's brain, it also rewired me. Today she's at UC Berkeley. She's doing a major in bioengineering and a minor in EECS and design. She's here with me right today, and you will see her in the panel. Thank you. Thank you. So there was a time when I thought, could you go back? There was a time when I thought, if she only spoke a few words, God, I would be very happy with it. Now she speaks 5 languages, and she speaks nonstop. So God blessed me in abundance. So I made my purpose a platform. So Blue Robins, I founded Blue Robins 6 months back with an aim to reach 100 million kids. It's a global youth innovation platform where we bring expert mentors, many of whom you will see today, and bring project-based learning and accessible AI tools so that they can define the future. When parents come and tell me my kid is watching animation whole day or they're playing video games the whole day, I said, great. Bring them to us. Let them make those animation characters. Bring them to us. Let them make those video games, right? We will move them from consumption to creation. I'm sure many parents here are worried that they are consuming a lot of content but creating less, right? And projects are a great way to move the engine from consumption to creation. I would love to play a video to see, hear from our own students and mentors. Yeah, can you play the video?
Our project was about applying convolutional neural networks to classifying brain tumors. Oftentimes we see there are discrepancies and many mistakes that can lead to incorrect treatment, so this project was made to combat this.
I've spent the past couple of months exploring how artificial intelligence can recognize American Sign Language using images. ASL is vital for the hard of hearing community, yet communication barriers still exist. My project examines whether AI can accurately identify ASL letters A through Z and numbers 0 through 9 from a single image. I would like to thank my mentor, Dr. Ashish Rao and Blue Robins, for their invaluable guidance and mentorship throughout this project.
A few weeks ago, I began working with my mentor, Rosh, to 3D model different dragons like sun, space, earth, and water. I have an inspiration example right here. My plan is for each dragon to teach something about how humans can help our environment.
And the biggest thing that I would tell them is that Blue Robins offers a very collaborative environment, right? Where there's no judgment, there's nothing. The biggest thing here is that we want to help foster your learning and help build you up as a person as much as we want to help you with a great project, right?
Can you go to the next one? Yeah. So without the parents and without mentors and students, this would not be possible. And none of these students knew skills beforehand, right? They came to us, they learned it, and they can do it. So please don't think that it is only possible by some high IQ kids. It's not like that. Anybody can do projects and anybody can shine. So join us, please join us to empower 100 million young innovators worldwide. I was thinking 1 million, 10 million until a few months ago. Then I met Salkan and he said 100 million should be your goal. And that's my goal now. And it's not possible without all of you. So please join us in this moment if you would love to collaborate with us. And I would love to work with you. I would love to work with majority of the people in this room. Thank you so much. And thank you.
Thank you. So one of the fun things I get to do is ask all my friends who have had all these years to come be part of this. So we wanted you to talk to some of the 4 young people who are here, who are participants as well as mentors. To host this, I asked my dear friend Sri Rajan, who's part of Bain. He's an investor. He's a very big shot. But what I love about him is that he has a fantastic radio voice. So with that, I just wanted Sri to talk to these the young adults that we have. If you don't mind, all of you young adults, just stand and talk, because I didn't want to bring these huge chairs in here. So just stand and talk. And Shri, even though you're not vertically challenged, please stand and talk. And get all of them on board. If you don't mind, can you take off your name tags, because on the camera it doesn't look good. But when you finish, put it back.
Just use this. Okay, thank you all. I don't know what Lakshmi meant when she said I was a big shot. I'm not at all. But I'm very happy to be here. I promise you this is going to be the highlight of the afternoon. The kids are going to show you how it's actually done. You know, all the adults can go and pretend that they're playing with AI and they're playing with tech, but the kids are going to show you how it's done. So we have 20 minutes, Lakshmi, to do this? 15? Okay. We have 15 minutes to do this. So what we're going to do this is do this one by one. We're going to have each of these, I don't know what to call them, young adults, children, whatever it is, we're going to bring them up. Yes, we're going to bring them up. We're going to ask them the role that they played, because I think it's a combination of students and mentors. And I must tell you, by the way, when Lakshmi talked to me about this event and she said, what would you like to do? I got really excited about this particular part of the event. So if I can have you come up and then. So introduce yourself a little bit. Tell us who you are and Blue Robins.
Sounds good. So hi everybody, my name is Ayush Malhotra. I grew up in Canada, and my role in Blue Robins is a mentor, so I help with overseeing a project.
And what do you do apart from being a mentor?
Yeah, so I'm class of 2029 at UC Berkeley studying economics and cognitive science. And I think growing up, I was very, very intrigued by wellness. And in a small town in Canada, we had a lot of mental wellness issues. And in Canada, you can't actually pay for a doctor, so you're waiting in line for like 3 years, oftentimes. And so we tried to kind of figure out a response to that. So that got me really intrigued by the behavioral side and applying AI to quantify these behavioral variables. And then coming to Berkeley, I got to meet with a lot of incredible people as well. One of them was leading M&A over at NVIDIA, and through her expertise, I realized that, hey, this could be applied in all sorts of places. And for me, I found that passion within behavioral finance. And yeah.
And tell us more about what you're doing over there in that space.
100%. So I guess initially I realized through talking with experts in the field that these behavioral AI tools can be used to gauge personality for a lot of different industries. And one of the ones that I'm very intrigued by is specifically within finance, right? Behavioral synergies are the #1 cause of post-integration deal failure. But a lot of corp dev teams that we talk to, they don't control for it at all, and they lose billions of dollars. And so I was thinking, hey, let's look into this more, and I conducted some regressions, and I realized, hey, I want to give back with this project that I conducted and the papers that I published, so I'm taking a role as a mentor now.
Okay. And tell us the role of the mentor. What did you do? Who did you work with? And a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so as a mentor, you get to oversee this project and help, I guess, both teach a kid, but also instill the skills within them so that they can take an independent shot at the research as well. Mm-hmm. So as a mentor, it's a bit of balancing both those things, which can get tough. But for me, it was a lot of introducing my story with this, my previous research experiences, what learning do you get out of it? Because I think a big thing is that, as everyone mentioned earlier, is like, I can do it, right? Initially, when I started, I never would have thought that I could have just had discoveries within science and I can apply them now with a startup in the area. Previously, I never would have thought that possible. So a lot of the mentorship is when you're going through the projects, you're going through the insights, it's about instilling the belief, which is amazing to see it come through by the end of it.
Got it. Okay. Is the mentee here, the person that you were mentoring? No. Okay, got it. So we're going to come back to you, so just stay there. Can I call the next person out? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, my name is Avijay Gupta. I'm a junior at Monte Vista High School in Cupertino, and I really enjoy using robotics and technical skills in order to make interesting projects.
Got it. And tell us a little bit about the project.
The project that I made with Blue Robins and with my professor, Mr. Birthday, was we were able to do vector manipulation, and we were able to predict stock prices from macroeconomic events and other going to come out in the recent time, and we're able to apply these for FDA approvals and a lot of other these big tech companies that you see.
And tell us a little bit about what applications this has right now. So how are you using it?
So currently, the biggest application that this is used for is FDA approvals. FDA approvals spike a lot in the day of when it's approved and when it's rejected. So what we're able to do is we're able to manifest news from multiple websites and from multiple data sources. And what we're able to do is predict and with the magnitude and direction about where the price is going to go and how it can affect pricing for other commodities.
And what's been the level of accuracy in terms of the prediction of prices?
It's about to, the direction-wise, it's able to do about 96%. And then for other, like magnitude-wise, it's able to be in a +2 omega. So it's about 25% failure rate for omega, but it usually gets the direction correct.
So I just want to recap. He's developed an application to predict stock prices with a 96% accuracy. So for those of you who are interested in investing in a hedge fund that is going to start at some point of time that I'm very sure, I'm the manager for that hedge fund. I just want to let you know. So I'm going to be in the middle of this. But that's great. Tell us a little bit about a high point and a low point during the process.
I think the very high point was when we got our first results back. Me and my professor were working, and when it gave like the output for the back test, it was extremely high and it was really profitable. And we kind of thought it was a little too insane. We went through the entire back test. We went through all of the trades that it took, and we realized, first of all, slippage and liquidity was a big problem. But also a big thing with news is that there's look-ahead bias. So the lowest point probably fell down immediately, like 5 seconds after the highest point, which was it was able to look at the news in the future. So we had to create walk-forward validation in order to understand that it was actually properly manifesting news, and it wasn't looking just at the future and predicting the stock prices from there. So that was a really long implementation. So the highest and the lowest point happened in like 5 seconds of each other.
Got it. Okay, great. Come on up. So tell us a little bit about yourself and your project.
Hi, I'm Prajanya. I am a bioengineering major, minoring in EECS and design. If you guys don't know what EECS is in Berkeley, it's electrical engineering and computer science. I'm sure you have already heard a little bit about me. Oh, yeah, okay. So interesting project. I have so many interesting projects, but I think really with my field, it started in college. And it was, as an undergraduate researcher, I worked at Jadu Technologies, and I worked with EEG model mapping. So all the electrodes all the synapses in your brain, you map them to an electrode, and that's how you actually track brain waves. And especially for stroke patient rehabilitation, this is really important because you want to improve their confidence and their mobility. And through mapping EEG, I was also able to use Fusion 360, which is a 3D modeling software tool. And through this, I was able to create the helmet of the robot suit, and it has already gone through clinical trial phases. So I think that was really a huge moment for me, because I realized empathy is not an afterthought, but something that's in the process of engineering. And I'm always a big advocate of giving back to the community, especially as a woman in STEM. So that's why I really like this project.
Wonderful. We just found out earlier that there's a proud mother here in the audience. Yes. But tell us a little bit, are you planning to pursue this as a full-time career?
Bioengineering?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful. If I can have the next person come up. Yes, it can be, yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so hi, I'm Anika Shurur, a freshman at Dublin High School. And I like video games, hanging out with my friends, and painting. So I've recently chosen a computer science class for my high school classes, and I wanted to dive deeper into the AI and machine learning world. So I picked this project that I recently worked on, which was the AI American Sign Language Recognizer using AI. And I thought that was very fun and unique and intriguing.
And tell us again about a high point, a low point. Where are you in this process of developing this?
Yeah. So the process, it's doing great right now. We have a selected gallery of images that it can recognize with 95% accuracy and above. But for my county science fair, I want to increase the data set to real life video camera. So I have to do a lot more training. But I think apart from that, I'll be able to do it and make the accuracy even higher.
Let me ask you, did you know sign language before you started this?
No, because I wanted to pursue American Sign Language in my high school classes, but I had already taken Spanish in 8th grade. So then in 9th grade, I just decided to go for Spanish.
And how did you develop an interest in this topic? Why did you pick this as a topic?
So I picked this in the topic because being Gen Z, we're at like the threshold of a change and we have to adapt to new technology. So I wanted to learn more and become a little bit more educated in the AI world.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Rashab. I'm a 10th grader. I go to Mission San Jose High School in Fremont. And my project is all about cancer. So I'm sure everyone knows about cancer and affects many people's lives, including my own. I've had multiple family members who have suffered with cancer. And my project is about predicting drug sensitivity in cancer. So drugs are used to help with cancer treatment a lot and get people out of that suffering situation. But the problem with cancer specifically is that like each person reacts to the drug differently, and that makes it super hard for doctors and researchers to find a specific method to help a specific patient, which just takes a bunch of efficiency out. And this whole new thing with AI is really helpful for this specifically because using data sets, in my project I use the genomics of drug sensitivity in cancer data set. We can use this to shorten that time process of finding the correct drug for the patient, and it makes it so that you can easily identify what patient needs, what drug a patient needs to get out of that situation, and it just really helps overall with increasing lifespan, etc. Yeah.
Are you working with any pharmaceutical companies on this?
No, right now it's all based around the data set itself because it provides all the information needed for the project. And then my mentor has been all about the technical aspects of it.
Got it. And are you continuing to go work on this? Are you planning to work on this going forward?
Yeah, so one of the major things is that we had to remove a couple of parts of the data set that researchers don't have easy access to, and that kind of put a damper on the accuracy because before we had like 99% and then it dropped to very high 80s. So right now I'm just trying to work on getting it back to where it was high 90s accuracy. Yeah, that's what the future work is going to be about.
Great, congratulations.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Johan, and I'm a freshman at Irvington High School. And my project is using credit card data to credit card segmentation, so you can have better marketing strategies.
Okay, and tell us a little bit more about what segments have you found. You know, this represents the consumer population that you're probably targeting.
So I use a data set that I found which has data from 8,950 customers, and there's 17 key variables with it. And I found 5 different clusters, which using 4 different clustering methods that all work together to make big spenders and high cash advancers and many other clusters.
And what patterns did you find? Give us an example of a cluster and what the buying behavior was like in that cluster.
So one of the clusters is cash advancers, and it's people who take a lot of cash and they spend a lot more cash than they do with their credit card. So they go to the ATM more and get cash.
Okay. And do you know what they spend it on?
No, I don't know what they do with it.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, congratulations. You know, we should... So, Raji, are we doing the awards? Okay. So, Raji, do you want to come on up? Okay. Okay, so we're going to give awards to these kids. I hope you feel adequately like an underachiever after listening to these kids. That the next time you watch a Netflix show, that you think about these kids and what they've accomplished. So congratulations to each of them. Please come up. Come on, come later. Yes. Picture. Go. Give me that. Go. Congratulations to these kids. If this doesn't inspire you, I don't know what will, but I hope this is going to be the highlight of your afternoon.
And
Thank
this
you.
is the gift for Sri.
Yes. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, now you have a little bit of a break, but you have an assignment in the break. One is we have some food. It came from Tayar Sadam, which is in Berkeley, which is also a story of two entrepreneurs, engineering school classmates who came together, one who's a PwC partner and another one who had a phenomenal advertising career and now moved to Berkeley to do this. So they're entrepreneurs who started this restaurant called Tayar Sadam. They're catering the food. We're all going to go upstairs. That's where the food is going to be. And then for the next hour after this, you're going to be split into 3 groups. On your thing, you'll see 1, 2, 3 written on your label. So people in number, because otherwise everybody is in one room. So we are going to do equal opportunity distribution. So whoever has number 1 is going to go upstairs. There is a big boardroom. That's where the Khan Labs people are going to be. They talk about the Khan Lab approach. Number 2, where is Deepak Ramola here? Okay, Deepak Ramola is already in the room. I think the second room, the library, that's where Deepak Ramola, who's doing phenomenal work in Stanford, he leads a design group. So this is all about design, is going to be in that room. And then there are some demos upstairs that you will see. All the people who are doing the demos will come back here and will talk. That's going to be whoever has number 3 on their thing, come back here. So number 1, go to the boardroom. Number 2, go to design. Number 3 here. If you want to swap, find somebody else who has a number and swap. No, you just got to go to 1, unfortunately. If you didn't get a tag, we'll give you a tag. There's a break now upstairs. There's food for like 15 minutes. We'll give you a break. Don't take the food into the rooms. Please finish eating. Go into the rooms and you're going to come back here. What time? 4:20. Break. Yeah, so come back into this room, whoever has number 3 by 4:20, and then we'll have a half an hour thing after that. So see you back here at 4:20, whoever has number 3. Everybody goes to their rooms.
There's no sound. Okay. So I'll speak over it. So welding is a very important problem in any kind of manufacturing. And there's a shortage of 500,000 welders right now. There's a shortage of 500,000.
team of roboticists has built the world's first mobile robotic welder, the Zeus One. It uses AI to autonomously navigate fabrication environments, sense parts, and weld with precision.
This helps fabricators handle a high mix of parts and 4x their throughput. Sounds simple, right? But we are solving a unique problem.
In metalworking, the part usually goes to the robot, or the human hikes up to weld the part.
But we are trying to change that. We are trying to make the robot go to the part and autonomously weld with computer vision, reinforcement learning, so that we do it with more precision. Make America weld again.
So those are my engineers who have built all of this. So we've designed, engineered, and built from scratch the following platforms. You have the Red Terrier RoboDog, which you would have seen upstairs. And we have the much heavier payload, 50 plus kilogram payload Zeus, which is our wheeled platform that is doing welding jobs right today. So we are using the technologies from these two platforms to build the Centaur, which is the walking/wheel platform. And you might ask, why do you need legs? Well, you need legs for areas like shipyards and submarines, which have a lot of welding to do, but have these structural elements that you cannot wheel over. So in these situations, we use legs. And the other thing that we are able to do with our platform, since it has 4 legs, it can carry a much higher payload compared to a humanoid robot, which is all the rage these days. So we call our platform the Centaur, based on the Greek mythological character that is half horse, half man. And we are starting off with metalworking. So here you see it doing a welding job on a ship superstructure. So in addition to welding, we can also do grinding. So the grinding arm on the robot can smoothen down the weld to improve the quality of the weld. So our platform is built with AI from the ground up. So the platform has cameras and LiDAR that allow it to scan its environment and bring all of that into a CAD type environment where an engineer can mark and point and click the welding seams. And this enables the robot to go and weld after that. So these are our design partners. We include Saab Defense USA, Forge India, and Fanuc. And we are collaborating with these people and a few others whose logos are down here to go to fabrication shops across the US. We've assembled a fabulous team to do all of this. So I myself am a PhD in robotics, 20 plus years experience in the field. I've built autonomous vehicles at Ford and put machine learning into space with Planet Labs. My co-founder is a chip designer by trade, and he has successfully exited an Indian AI and defense company. And our engineers are top-notch talent from US robotics.
Thank you, Jay.
Universities. Thank you.
In respect to the time, we can take one question, and that's it. So we'll do questions at the end. We're running very late. So feel free to meet Jay offline. Or we need to switch the laptop. Our next speaker is Leslie Ray.
Leslie, do you need the mic?
Hi, I'm Leslie Ray. I'm an interior designer and violinist turned tech entrepreneur and the founder of Brain Home. And Brain Home is the first and only platform leveraging AI and neuroscience to develop environmental health intelligence, revealing the distinct connection between our surroundings and our well-being. My path to founding a technology company was shaped by my years in music and design. I started playing the violin at age 6 and spent my teenage years performing alongside Grammy-winning rock stars like Pat Benatar and David Bowie's pianist Mike Garson. Then professionally, I've managed and designed multi-million-dollar projects ranging from luxury offices for global technology companies in Silicon Valley to private residential remodels. This journey led me to a crucial realization. A client hiring me for interior design is seeking a transformation in their physical space, which in turn creates an internal transformation for them. So I thought, well, when I seek a transformation, what do I do? Well, I change my surroundings and I listen to music or play music. Okay, so then shouldn't music and sound also be a part of my design services? And that led me down the path of neuroscience, because traditional interior design focuses heavily on sight and touch, but human beings experience our environment through all of our senses, and this collective input shapes how we think and feel. So by focusing on only a fraction of our sensory input, we're missing the full picture of how our environment shapes us. So I began obsessively researching into neuroscience, epigenetics, and neuroarchitecture, and reaching out to neuroscientists and doctors and medical experts, and basically anyone who would talk to me. And it turns out my intuition was right. We spend 90% of our time indoors, and by failing to account for sound and the other senses in design, our homes are subtly accelerating our aging in ways we can't even perceive. So imagine waking up and your home has already analyzed your sleep, adjusting your light temperature and brightness based on your circadian rhythm, and balancing air quality before inflammation rises. It notices stress patterns and how you move throughout your space and predicts issues before symptoms arise. It's where architecture meets preventative medicine. And that's what Brain Home is building. This is the Brain Home Lyra, which is our first device, a bedside sound adaptive machine that uses AI to learn disruptive noises in your environment and mask them before they wake you while you're asleep. So we're building a home that understands your biology, senses what you need, and intervenes before problems appear, starting with sleep and the bedroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Our next speaker is Tejas Rode.
All right. So in this event where we are talking about the progress that AI has done and tech has done, I'm going to take a step back and look at it from the lens of an artist, and especially arts and Indian classical music. Next slide. So the traditional Indian music, it has always been there. Our forefathers have heard it in their lifetimes, and it is surviving even today. It's so relevant today that we had a performance today morning in this event. And the reason it is surviving today is mainly because it is an oral tradition. Next slide. The lineage is so well identified and documented. That's me at the very end. We can actually map it really like centuries in the past. The reason oral traditions work is because there is no reliance on any medium, and there is also no limitation that any medium puts. Oral, like in Sanskrit, it's called Shruti Vidya. You hear and you learn. And Shruti also has another connotation in music, which is the specific frequencies that you hear in nature and that you want to represent in your music. And these frequencies are sometimes not producible by certain instruments. One of them is the harmonium. Next slide. And that's where the Petika comes in. Petika is a solution to create those frequencies that appear in nature and that have certain rags associated with those frequencies. So Petika can be, it's basically an augmentation of a harmonium, and it can be played in all the Indian music contexts where the harmonium is relevant. Next slide. The mathematics behind those specific frequencies is basically the relations between the different swars. This is like a tabular format. I can get into more detail later if you're interested. But one can literally have the mapping as they want, and depending on the rag that they are performing. Petika got recognized at Guthman Musical Instrument Competition. It's a global competition where top 10 musical instrument inventions come from across the globe and perform. Here I was performing with one of the local artists playing tabla there. Ranjani is the successor of Petika. Here you see the keyboard that I was playing today. It is a more compact solution than the physical body of the harmonium, which you don't need anymore, because you basically have this this MIDI keyboard that you can carry very conveniently in your bag instead of carrying a whole harmonium box. So that's my journey, and I feel like tech can really support arts and our own traditions that are so strong and so they go so far in the past. We can use tech to kind of uphold them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejas. Our next speaker is Navya Vituri from Viva.
Hey everyone, I'm Navya. So I want to start with a morning that I could never forget.
go next. So this was September 9, 2020, and I woke up in the morning, looked outside the window, and there was a wall of smoke outside, and then the whole sky was orange in color. And I'm pretty sure who are local here in Bay Area would remember this. But then it didn't stop there. I kept wondering that we are actually standing right in the hub of technology, innovation, AI, and yet our lands around us were burning, and we couldn't really stop that. And fast forward 2025, nothing had changed. We had a massive wildfires in LA, and then next slide, and we had like a bunch of headlines that happened this year, which was very devastating to see. So then I think this was very sad when I saw this happening all throughout the year. So I just wanted to feel like doing something about it, and I reached out to people who are working on the front lines here locally, like firefighters, smoke jumpers, etc., who actually told me like two things became very clear after talking to them. One was that these fires usually are not detected, so there's no tools and technology that are sophisticated enough to be able to detect it, but they are actually identified by somebody making a 911 call while hiking, or like, so that kind of already adds next slide to adds a lot of time. And second thing is time is of essence. So the more time you save, the more lives you save, and the more ecosystem you save. And that is very crucial, especially in a situation or an environment where there is like dry conditions and high wind speed. That is what LA was, and we had the Santa Ana winds, which really made things really, really worse. So we are building like a system that can actually smell and see a wildfire before it can turn into a disaster. And with that goal, we are building like this mesh of sensors which can smell the ignition as soon as it happens. So this is not just a dumb sensor as such, but it has an AI running locally, which is able to identify a right kind of smoke that is much more applicable to the scenario of wildfire. And by doing that, we are already removing a lot of false positives. And then there is, go back. And then there is also like a sentinel with camera attached to that, which is already being deployed by other universities. But then what we want to do is leverage that platform and add an AI layer to that. So a VLM, which is basically going to look at the whole video of what happened and synthesize that, understand the situation, and then give the right kind of context to the right kind of people. So again, in these areas, there is no signal available. So all of this has to be done through radio links or like a satellite channels, right? So, and our goal is to not have a human in the loop and basically be able to communicate that. And this is like a quick demo of a sensor, which it's a dev board, which has a few bunch of sensors, which is something I have with me. Where when we actually burn the brush, which is available locally in California, it can sense it and tell or identify that this is a brush smoke, and it's not like a other car smoke. So that's the brush that's able to identify. Next, and then this is a camera that is looking over to a scene, which is like a fire. So as soon as it sees it, it looks at that. So yeah, that's it about it.
Feel free to connect online. Thank you, Navya.
Yeah.
Okay, this marks the end of the session. Please feel free to meet all the innovators and startups and connect with them. Thank you. Oh, you have a last. Oh, we have one more presentation. Sorry. No, I didn't see you guys. Okay. Okay, you want to take the mic and start speaking? I'll
Awesome.
Can we share one more?
Hello? Yeah. Awesome. Sorry about the confusion, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around for our final presentation. So we'll get started here in just a moment. Our company's name is Lesson Loop, and we are building a product to help tutoring centers. Specifically, we want to help tutoring centers have 100 times less busy work and allow them to have way more time to just spend with students really doing what they're supposed to, which is teaching.
Yeah, so my name is Abhiram. I'm a data science and economics student at UC Berkeley.
And I'm Valid Chaudhry. I am
You're on the
a
wrong.
business major at UC Berkeley.
And both of us have had significant experience in the tutoring industry. I actually tutored over 35 individuals throughout high school, and Valid actually ran his own tutoring business. But both of us kind of felt pretty frustrated with the current state of tutoring, and what we did is we decided to reach out to a bunch of tutoring centers and figure out why there are issues with stuff like transparency and personalization and whatnot. So we
Yeah.
found 3 different issues.
Yeah, so looking into what other tutoring centers and parents were seeing as issues with the tutoring experience, we found one that tutoring is very unorganized and that tutoring centers have a hard time keeping track of all their students in terms of what they're learning, what they need help with. They also spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to help students. Every session, they'll spend 10 to 15 minutes at the beginning trying to see what is the student really struggling with because they have so many students, it's so hard to keep track of. And third, we also saw that they have a hard time communicating results with parents. They want to take the time to write detailed notes. That takes so much time out of their job when they should be teaching. And if they don't do that, then it's hard to communicate progress to parents.
So we developed something called Lesson Loop, and I'll just kind of go over how it works for both tutors as well as students. So for tutors, we offer our own CRM and scheduling management, though we integrate really well with larger established centers if they already have that. And then what they can do is when they have a session with a student, they can look at something called pre-session notes, which provides kind of some recommendations for how they go over or onboard tutors. And then during the session, we have something called adaptive lesson planning. So they can come up with strategies on the fly or help them assemble ways that they can teach better. And then finally, after the session, they can create personalized assignments for students to ensure that they stay practiced throughout the week. Additionally, for students and parents, we offer automated email generation. So as a parent, you do not have to worry about not knowing what your child is doing. Additionally, for your student, we make sure that they stay connected with tutors throughout the week. We have something called concept flagging, making sure that a human is always in the loop. And when a human can't be in the loop, we have a supplement AI tutor. This does not replace tutoring centers, but it offers students asynchronous 24/7 support from your tutoring center. It's a white labeling service.
Awesome. So our goal with our product is not to replace tutoring, but it's simply to augment it. All those monotonous things a tutor has to do, like taking notes or writing lesson plans or communicating results to parents, we automate all of that so tutors can just focus on teaching. So that's our goal with our product. Awesome. Thank you so much for taking time to listen to our presentation today. If you guys have any questions or want to connect, feel free to scan the QR code and we would love to talk to you.
We'd love
Thank
to
you,
talk
everyone.
to all of you guys, students, parents, tutors, anybody interested. And yeah, we can talk about how we can bring this to your center and you can have these benefits.
So, thank you, everyone.
Lakshmi.
अरे आप खुद?
हाँ, कैसे हैं?
बस ठीक है। आपका पार्सल रेडी है, गाड़ी में रखवा दूं?
2-3 और चीजें लेनी है।
बिल्कुल, आप ही की दुकान। आप ये तो नहीं ढूंढ रहे?
अरे, आप मेरा फेवरेट कभी नहीं भूलते।
कैसे बोलेंगे मैम? आप इतने सालों से जो हमारे कस्टमर हैं।
थैंक यू। ये भी पैक करवा दीजिएगा।
कुछ नई चीजें आई हैं, आप टेस्ट करेंगे? कुछ नई मिठाई बनाई है।
पानी आ गया। इसका भी आभार दीजिएगा। हाँ, थैंक यू। इनकी दुकान भले ही छोटी हो, पर दिल उतना ही बड़ा है। खरीदो अपने पड़ोस की दुकान से और करो बड़ा काम छोटे बिजनेसेस के लिए। इंडिया शॉप लोकल चैलेंज में भाग लीजिए। अपने लोकल शॉपिंग की फोटोज और वीडियो शेयर कीजिए यूजिंग द हैशटैग इंडिया शॉप लोकल। ये है तो हम हैं। तो चलो इंडिया, लेट्स शॉप लोकल।
अरे आप खुद?
हाँ, कैसे हैं?
बस ठीक है। आपका पार्सल रेडी है, गाड़ी में रखवा दूं?
2-3 और चीजें लेनी है।
बिल्कुल, आप ही की दुकान। आप ये तो नहीं ढूंढ रहे?
अरे, आप मेरा फेवरेट कभी नहीं भूलते।
कैसे बोलेंगे मैम? आप इतने सालों से जो हमारे कस्टमर हैं।
थैंक यू। ये भी पैक करवा दीजिएगा।
कुछ नई चीजें आई हैं, आप टेस्ट करेंगे? कुछ नई मिठाई बनाई है।
पानी आ गया। इसका भी आभार दीजिएगा। हाँ, थैंक यू। इनकी दुकान भले ही छोटी हो, पर दिल उतना ही बड़ा है। खरीदो अपने पड़ोस की दुकान से और करो बड़ा काम छोटे बिजनेसेस के लिए। इंडिया शॉप लोकल चैलेंज में भाग लीजिए। अपने लोकल शॉपिंग की फोटोज और वीडियो शेयर कीजिए यूजिंग द हैशटैग इंडिया शॉप लोकल। ये है तो हम हैं। तो चलो इंडिया, लेट्स शॉप लोकल।
Hi, everybody. Can you please take your seats? We need to start. Hello, 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 hello. Please take a seat. We have a great lightning star talk coming up. If we can find our lightning talk star. Where did Vasudev go? Okay. He was here. Okay, he'll be back. So I just want to give you guys a little bit of what we are going to be doing from now on. So we have a short talk. If he doesn't come, we are going to start with the next thing we have on, which is very good. Oh, there's Vasudev. Good. We were just waiting for you, Vas. So, sorry, just show the previous video, just the last two. I wanted you all to see, just start in the middle.
पर बिल उतना ही बड़ा है। खरीदो अपने पड़ोस की दुकान से और करो बड़ा काम छोटे बिजनेसेस के लिए। इंडिया शॉप लोकल चैलेंज में भाग लीजिए। अपने लोकल शॉपिंग के फोटोज और वीडियो शेयर कीजिए यूजिंग द हैशटैग इंडिया शॉप लोकल। ये हैं तो हम हैं। तो चलो इंडिया, लेट्स शॉप लोकल।
So I just want to grab all your attention to this last screen. This is a collaboration we had with the Blue Muthoot. I just wanted to tell you unusual collaborations, how they happen, you know. So when we've been involved with Muthoot since we started in India, and they've been our supporters. Huh? You can't hear me? Wow, that's the first. Okay, now can everybody at the back hear me? Okay, great. That means you're going to be quiet and sit down. Raji Kannan. Shh. Sit down. We need you here, Raji. Okay, so everybody come. So I wanted to say that when we've known the Muthoots for a while, they've been big supporters of Inc. So when pandemic happened, Johnny Muthoot called me and said, we should do something because they support these small entrepreneurs, you know, people who sell the vegetables and all these things, take small loans in the morning, return in the evening. Suddenly they were all out of jobs. You know, what do we do? So we said, we didn't know what to do. We just said, let's start something called Restart India and start talking to people and understand what we need to do. So that grew into, we started working with all these small vendors, teaching them how to get on WhatsApp, how to market on WhatsApp. Then the Muthoot started opening some of their centers for people to come sell their wares there, etc. So during pandemic, we could really, and we had like a open forum like every week with different experts. So people come and ask what kind of government things are available for them, etc. So the Muthoots have stepped up. You know, they just didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to do. They said, we'll just call Inc. because they know everybody. So we'll do something. So that's kind of how it started. And it grew into a movement called Shop Local. So they did all these ads with Vidya Balan, etc. to say, you shop local. And then they start tagging Shop Local, etc. And it really increased the stuff for local. And the video we're not going to show is that then they had all the winners of it come and Shah Rukh Khan came and gave them awards. So they are using, for their advertising, they use all these stars, but they're using them for a social cause to shop local also. So something we started when we went to India in 2010, they just came in as partners, grew into something like this. So the reason I love partnerships is you have no idea where they're going to go. And when there is a time of trouble, you just reach out and do something. And we are very proud of what the Muthoots are doing with such a small program we had that's grown into a movement called Shop Local. And we are working with them to see how we can create a lot of dignity towards small and medium entrepreneurs. So that's sort of where all this is going. So I just wanted to share this video with all of you. And it's very funny, like things get forwarded to you in WhatsApp. This randomly came into my WhatsApp thing. So something you do comes back to you. That's when you know you have done a good job. And so we are very, very proud of this partnership. So I just wanted to say every partnership we seek here is not about what we can do today. It's about what it can become. So with that, we are back. And I wanted to start with Vas had many avatars. Before all this, we were all contemporaries in IIT Bombay way back when I think it was my senior or junior, probably, something like that. But he's been one of the pioneers of Silicon Valley between startups and venture capital, etc., doing a lot of work in AI. at a recent TED when Ray Kurzweil spoke something, he had something to say about it. And I thought that should actually be a short talk. With that, I'm giving him a TED challenge of a 7-minute talk. Vas, it's all yours. Okay, you guys had some good Tair Sadam food, right? Little louder clapping would be good.
I don't know how Lakshmi talked me into this, but I'll try my best. So Lakshmi is a very persuasive person. But anyway, I did give the talk at TED for a little bit. And, the session was about what is the future of AI and what are the dangers of AI. And Ray Kurzweil spoke, extensively about how AI will be used to discover new medicines, to discover new energy, and for robotics and for defense. The thought that came to my mind, and the reason they came and they asked me to speak, was how will India benefit, or how will countries in the developing world benefit from it? So that was the theme, and then Lakshmi told me about this inclusivity summit, and so my thoughts were about what does inclusivity mean, so if India has to participate in developing the AI substrate, will it be a bystander, or will it be an active participant? So India need not spend more on GPUs, but India can itself make inclusivity as a theme for making AI broadly available. Just like India developed the digital public infrastructure and made digital India widely available. It has shown the world to build inclusive digital rails at population scale with Aadhaar, UPI, and the broader India stack. They've brought identity and payments to hundreds of millions of people. When I say AI substrate, what do I mean by AI substrate? There are four basic components. You talk about compute, which is the digital infrastructure. It could be semiconductors, data centers, and so on. Data, which is the AI the public data sets, models, multilingual foundation models, and then connectivity, tissue, and governance, which is the APIs, the identity, and the payment rails. So when we talk about the target audience for AI inclusivity, who are we worried about the most? That is really critical. So first is when you say we're building AI AI for inclusivity, who is it? Who do we not want to be left out? So the first is the geography. So you want to make sure that the rural areas, the semi-urban areas, and the urban areas are all benefit. Second, it's the language and literacy inclusivity. So people from all walks of life, all languages, and people who are literate as well as illiterate, they should be included. And third is the socioeconomic status, caste and community. All of these should be included. The next piece is gender and safety. So women and girls already face lower access to devices, data, and safe digital spaces. If we do not get ahead of deepfakes, online harassment, and technology facilitated abuse, AI will further push women out of the marketplace and of digital transformation. Fifth, it's the people with disabilities and the elderly, like me. Here, AI has enormous upside through speech, vision, and assistive tools. But these tools must be affordable, localized, and embedded in public service infrastructure. Otherwise, we increase dependency on expensive private solutions. And last but not the least, the market power. There's a great risk that private companies could seize control of the AI tools and AI infrastructure. And we want to make sure that the large corporates capturing privileged access to compute data and AI talent is is minimized. So what does AI inclusivity by design mean? So first, as AI as digital public infrastructure, not just as apps. So national and state level AI clouds that provide subsidized compute for startups, universities, NGOs, and smaller states. Sectoral AI rails in verticals such as health, education, agriculture, and small and medium enterprises, built as public platforms with clear APIs. And last but not the least, governance that ensures no single vendor, foreign or domestic, can de facto own citizen data or national models. In inclusivity by design, the second major area would be it has to be vernacular first, multi and multimodal AI. So public good data sets in Indian languages where the front end is by day one multimodal. Third is assisted and low friction access. So not everyone will be able to download an AI app or start chatting in English. We want to make sure that existing apps such as WhatsApp, SMS, IVR, all of these are AI enabled. So AI is like invisible to the use of for the population. And then skilling at population scale is really important. AI literacy on a broad-based scale, skilling for workers at risk industries such as BPO, ITO, and product engineering services. And fifth, you want to make sure that rights and accountability exist and a grievance mechanism is implemented so that if people feel hurt or abused by AI, there should be an authority to protect them. As far as business leaders, the areas that I think can really help is like business leaders can open up de-identified data sets as public goods, open source fairness and safety tools across across public, provide pro bono AI services to NGOs and public agencies, optimizing supply chains, analyzing health trends, and detecting fraud and improving outreach. As far as government, in terms of what government can do now, industries like BPO, ITO, and product engineering services are on the front line of automation. The answer is not to defend all jobs. The answer is to upgrade the AI stack for these industries. Government can provide retraining vouchers for workers in these industries, co-fund AI augmentation tools, and incentivize companies that redeploy and upskill workers instead of simply laying them off. For engineering services, create shared simulation and compute facilities so that Indian firms can build AI-enhanced digital design, testing, and digital twin capabilities. In short, don't freeze the old model, but fund the transition to a higher value one. In terms of what I personally do at Score Data, which is a company I run, we have from day one built AI accountability and regulatory capability and exposure in finance, insurance, and healthcare. We have built over 70 use cases across industry over the last 8 years. I also do my best to bridge academia, policy, and industry. I'm on the board of the UCI Center for Digital Transformation for the last 10 years, and we have invited CEOs to participate, public company CEOs to participate in our conference, annual conference. And last but not the least, I back the right entrepreneurs, building vernacular AI systems, agri-tech that uses AI to help small farms and agri-businesses, the smaller ones, and then rural and ed tech for public health and education. And last but not the least, you export the standards, you export the learnings and disseminate them. That's a important role. So in conclusion, I'd say India has already proven that 1 billion people can be brought into the digital, onto digital trails in under a decade. And the world is watching what India can do with AI. If we build AI the way we built the India stack, open, interoperable, and rights-focused, India can define a new model for AI. And that's it.
Thank you, Vas. Thanks a lot. So, it's for us, it's important to hear every point of view of what does inclusive AI mean. It's just not a term. It's in reality what happens. And the next person with whom I'm going to have a conversation is somebody that's been at the forefront of this and has a lot of insight into not just where we are going, but where we have come from, which is also a great historic journey that we've had coming here. And sometimes it's hard to see somebody who kind of grew up in front of you actually be in a certain position. And so you have to respect the position, but you always remember them as that person who somebody else used to always talk about. So Aparna Baba is the COO of Zoom, which all of us, it's become like a Xerox more than a company, I think. And she's had an incredible career, and I wanted her to, you'll find out about her background as we talk instead of me giving a big background about her. Since we are keeping today to a casual mode, we'll stand and continue so people at the back can see us. If we sit in these chairs, you can't see us. With that, Aparna, please. Okay, a little bit more Tair Sadam,
I love Tair Sadam, thank you.
Yeah.
It's yummy.
After this, that's what we're having.
Carbo load.
Yes. So, Aparna, I wanted to talk about
I should say I'm Aparna Srinivasan, hence
the
Tair Sadam reference.
Yes,
I also
yeah,
love.
yeah, that's right.
Bawa is my married name. All you Punjabis out there, Bawa is my married name.
So, Aparna, I wanted to talk a little bit about your journey. You've had a bit of an unusual journey into the tech field. You're a lawyer, and then you were a general counsel, and you've been in M&A, and you've been on the finance side of things, and you've had a lot of exits, between M&A and all kinds of stuff before you came to Zoom. And when you came to Zoom, it's not the Zoom that's post, post-COVID. So tell me a little bit about how did you choose this job? What made you say, this is where I'm going after doing all the major work that you've done before?
That's a really good question to start because I think it has so much relevance on where we are in AI today. And I live in the South Bay, so in like the epicenter, I would think. Maybe some people say San Francisco is the epicenter. I would still suggest that it's somewhere between San Jose and San Francisco. I came to Zoom kind of serendipitously. They had been, the CFO at the time had interviewed or had joined the company, and the CEO was about to make a hire, and she said, this person's not very good. And he said, oh goodness, I've interviewed so many people, I don't want to deal with it. You go find them. If you think you can do a better job, you go find them. So she did. She interviewed 30 people, and she's like, nope. This person has to be my partner in crime when we take this company public. I have to get someone good. And so I had heard about them for 10 months. And then, honestly, I remembered, there was one time I was in the car, and it was on the 101, and the sun was shining in my face. And my reason for not saying yes to Zoom right away was, I'm like, who wants to work at a company that makes a better mousetrap? So we all have WebEx. Why do we need Zoom? And I was a banker in my prior life. So I had 5 things that I cared about, none of which was culture or people. That's how mechanical I had been in my career. There were 5 things. It was like giant TAM, technology barrier to entry, great, experience, anything that we would sell. If I was a banker taking a company on a road, the 5 points in that last, slide that you summarize, that's how I would look at companies. And I'm like, why would I join this company that's just another mousetrap? Until I remembered that, okay, I use this company. We were beta users at my existing job, which we were trying to sell. We were in the M&A mode. And I had my 2 kids in the back, and they were bawling and crying. It was 5:30, post-daycare pickup. I'm driving from Sunnyvale back to Saratoga. It's a hot mess. And I just thought to myself, thank God I'm doing my CEO called, and he said, we need to talk. The other side wants to reduce the purchase price. I'm like, no, blah, 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 blah. And I just hit the one button and it worked. And I thought to myself, you know what? It is not just a better mousetrap, and it's a human equivalent. So I entertained the interview. I'm like, okay, this actually changes my life. It prevents me from hitting the car in front of me in the sunshine, which very capable of doing. And my kids are in the background and they can't hear them, and they're screaming their heads off, and nobody can hear them on this multi-party conference call. Nobody even knows I'm in the car. I'm like, you know what? This is not just a better mousetrap, so let me go in. And then when I got in and I saw the numbers, I'm like, oh my goodness. This was a company, as a banker, I would say, we had so many companies that would go out and sell themselves pre-IPO. This was a company where the founder was very, very focused on long-term sustainable business growth. Now, COVID changed that dramatically, but was very humble. I mean, we didn't spend, we didn't have fancy offices. We used to joke that our offices were held up by bubblegum and tape. It wasn't that bad. But, he was like, I want to return more dollars to the shareholders. I want to return dollars to the employees. He didn't need money. He kept his valuation low so that the employees could participate in the upside. These are all things that, as a banker, I valued and I didn't see in many people. And so, interestingly, it's a combination of those two things. It is real world applicability. Do you change people's lives? Even as an infrastructure player, do you change people's lives down the road? And second, do you actually have a long-term view of where you want to sit in the market, or what is your motivation? If it's just a one-hit liquidity, not so interesting. And so those were some of the reasons why I joined Zoom, and I haven't looked back.
And obviously you did not plan the COVID. But when that happened, I mean, literally you went from, I want to get this right, something like 10 million to 300 million users. Literally like overnight.
We called them daily meeting participants, but yes.
Yeah.
So, it was...
So how, I mean, like, first of all, you have certain number of people working, certain pace, and this is like a astronomical growth, right? So how do you even deal with it on a day-to-day basis? How did you deal with it?
Well, that's another thing. I had always worked in enterprise infrastructure. I'd covered semiconductors as a banker. So it was never sort of a consumer-facing company, and this was very interesting for me because really the bread and butter, and we now have a giant sort of consumer side business, I would say, but back then we didn't. And so we really focused on workplaces and enterprises, but at the same time, we were very well known. So if you think about it, the idea would be that you have an online business model with a freemium platform, but you're trying to take everybody knows this, you're trying to take those free users and convert them into paid. And one of the ways, if you got a JP Morgan banker who was in an airport and their WebEx or their Skype didn't work, they could swipe their credit card for $14.99. Eventually, you've got 3,000 of those. JP Morgan suddenly says, I don't really want this application, my people on this application, in the wild, I need to control. So now I'm going to, even though I have all this infrastructure obligation to these other companies, I'm going to put this upstart into my app bundle and make it available that's really how the freemium model sort of begins. When the pandemic hit, it was incredible. We could feel, it was palpable that what we were doing was not just helping people go to work, but if the mums and dads did not go to work, the kids couldn't go to Zoom school. And if the kids couldn't go to Zoom school, there was chaos. And so we could feel that. So the stress was real for all of us to say, if we wake up tomorrow and the kids cannot get on school because we haven't added enough server capacity, something's gone wrong in the product, we're down, then we have let the world down. And it was so apparent to us because, I remember I was dropping my son off for tennis and I thought I hadn't paid the lady. This was like social distancing tennis. But I thought I hadn't paid her because she was chasing me down the parking lot. And I'm like, Aoife, I'm so sorry. Did I owe you a check? And she says, no. She was Irish. And she basically said, my brother is deaf and lives in this home for deaf people in Ireland. He was in his 40s. And he had never really participated in family events. They have a big Irish family spread across the globe. And she said to me, your product, for the first time, most people assume that deaf people can read lips. My brother cannot read lips. And you cannot get that same kind of inclusivity through text or through typing, and real-time translation and transcription just isn't what it is. But you guys have figured it out. Real-time transcription, real-time translation. And so now he sets up Zoom meetings for the entire family and he feels so included. He's the happiest he's ever been. She started crying and I thought I hadn't given her a check, So, you hear these stories, whether it's weddings or funerals, and you realize what you mean to people is something more. It actually motivates you to get up day in and day out, 7 a.m. to 3 a.m., rinse and repeat, Saturday, Sunday, didn't matter. That's what we did.
I know, and there were so many weddings and, funerals and services, so many things that happened on Zoom. Now, switching a little bit into a leadership style, you've been a general counsel, now you're the COO, it's a much more responsibility. And especially when you look at what kind of leadership is needed, you did say that you're tough but loving kind of a person.
Did I say that to you?
Yes.
I said it to her.
You said it to somebody somewhere. And I always give this talk about, I always wanted to be Meryl Streep in Devil Wears Prada, and then I run around hugging people. It just doesn't work together. So you've managed both, you're like tough but loving. So tell me a little bit about your leadership style.
It's interesting. It's an evolution. I think you have to care deeply about the people you work with. You don't necessarily have to be friends, but you have to care deeply about the people you work with. And I would say, for me, I do care deeply. I've struggled in many respects because when I was a banker, I remember I look a certain way and I sound a certain way, but then the contents of what I'm saying, so you look like flowers and sunshine and you smile like flowers and sunshine, but when you open your mouth, it's stainless steel and concrete coming out. It provides cognitive dissonance to the receiver. I started to realize
take advantage of that.
Well, sometimes you don't realize it and you take it personally. You're like, wait, why don't they like me? Because I'm saying the same thing that guy said, but like suddenly they're just not reacting in the same way. And what I realized is you need to spend a lot of time figuring out who you are and what you can and cannot change. And then figure out how the receiver perceives you. The best piece of advice was this executive coach who said, Aparna, you need to act for an outcome. It sounds very Machiavellian, but it's not. Because if you can spend some time figuring out how to act for an outcome, then you don't have these unintended consequences where you accidentally hurt someone's feelings. You may hurt them on purpose because you need to elicit a reaction or an action. And that's okay, but you cannot do it by accident. So today I failed miserably today. I unloaded on Rohini because I was stuck circling this freaking place for God knows how long trying to park. That was an unintended outcome. And I will deeply apologize to her after this talk. But
during this talk, you already did it.
But for the most part, if you are going to be a leader, and I step back, and if I'm going to be a leader, what I want to do has to be intentional, has to be intended. And I have to say, it's been very, very effective. The other thing is, what I tell people is get out of your own head and how you are feeling and think about what the person or your boss is feeling. The other thing is everyone has a boss. If you're a CEO, I'm sorry, you still have a boss. It's called a board. It's called the shareholders. Eventually, someone will get the Grim Reaper's coming for someone. I have a boss, and I figured out that, like, okay, I have to be myself, but I also have to be cognizant about how I show up and how someone else perceives that and what is the outcome I want and how I'm going to get that outcome. So I change. I change based on what the outcome I need, but I keep a core. Everybody who if you're going to be at Zoom, they're going to tell you she's funny, she makes tough calls, she's super loving, but she's really, really tough. And that's going to be a consistent, foundation. But after that, I adjust to whoever I need to, figure it out.
No, I think it's a very important thing that we always confuse being nice with being effective. And I think they don't. In fact, sometimes I feel I paid a price for not telling the truth, by trying to be nice. It doesn't benefit anybody. I'm curious about your Srinivasan side of things. What was it? We were talking today a lot about parenting in the age of AI, etc. right now. But what was it like growing up? What are some of the values you learned from your parents that reflect in how you raise your children? I mean, just as there are sometimes, I remember when I was a teenager, my dad said something, I'd be like, I will never do this again in my life. I find myself say exactly the same thing to my teenager son. And I'm like, oh my God, I've become my dad. So it's like, but there are some things you learn that are the core of who you are. So what is it that you learned from where you grew up, whether from your parents or anyone that is very reflective today?
Yeah, and I don't mean to exclude the men in the audience, but I will say that for me, I didn't realize I was a girl until I was 25. And I was like, oh, we can't do everything the same. And people don't think we can. Oh, really? And I really credit that to my parents. I mean, I'm being facetious, of course. Of course, I noticed that my cousin was not doing Bharatanatyam, but I was. Of course I noticed that. But I never actually thought that I couldn't do anything. And part of the reason I went into investment banking was like, I can do it. And then I realized, you have a kid. And no, you can't fly around 3 weeks out of the month. It's just not humanly possible. But that's one. I would say the second thing is you just don't give up. You find a way. And for those of you, actually, I met at Rohini's house, re-met. My first deal as an investment banker, I was the baby banker. And as I was not the baby, I was the mid-level, the teenager banker. And you're the teenager banker, you're supposed to be the one that carries all the client stuff. You figure out how to get their shirts ironed and get them to the meeting while you also prep them on all the substance. And I remember Rajesh Vashist handed me his broken BlackBerry and said, as we're walking into Fidelity, he's like, by the way, Aparna, can you get this fixed? And I looked at him, I'm like, in my mind, I was like, huh? I said, of course, grab the BlackBerry. And I remember I was stupid. I had 3-inch heels in the middle of Manhattan, running through the grates. And I must have jumped over cars to get to the AT&T store. The man gave me no passwords, no account number, no nothing. I called his assistant. We got his phone working again. And then I ran back and met them at T. Rowe Price. And that's that tenacity is you don't give up. And that's the thing that I want to teach my kids. I don't know if I'll be successful or not at that. But
tell me a little bit of what is it that they did? One is they treated you like anybody else, said you could do anything. But the tenacity, did you see your mom do something she never gave up, or your dad do something?
Oh, my parents were adventurous. They just did a lot of different things that in hindsight I didn't realize it as a child, but they would just never say no to anything. They were sort of fearless in that way, in their own way, I would say. They explored life and they loved life.
And, bringing it back.
Oh, also, we couldn't say no to things like Vetakorambe or like Pavaka Karela. I don't know what
Eat
that's
everything.
from, yeah,
Yeah.
you had to eat everything. You had to finish. You couldn't say no. I'm not that good of a parent. Our kids say no to stuff, but yeah.
I think it's a generation where you have to listen to them a little bit more. Coming back to that, my last couple questions are going to be around in the age of AI. I mean, I really do feel there'll be a world before AI and after AI kind of a thing. So in what way do you see, whether it's a product point of view, personal point of view, AI changing the future?
So people have asked me, it's another way of saying, like, is this a bubble? I personally do not think this is a bubble. While it may be a bubble in a particular sort of area, maybe if you're a venture capital investor and you've just sprinkled it all around so that you can have one hit, I don't know, maybe the valuations are going crazy. But I look at it as, again, going back to why I joined Zoom, even though at the time it was just a better mousetrap, quote unquote. It is going to change the way we live. So for example, if someone asked me a question today, the research becomes so easier. I become faster. If you can use virtual agents, I read an article that said Amazon's upset with Perplexity because, and the lawyer in me is so interested in the IP here, but Amazon's upset with Perplexity because Perplexity is having bots go finish shopping carts and finish. And the first thought, my general counsel is like, oh, that's so interesting. It's such a great IP issue. And I'm like, bloody hell, I want the bot to finish my transaction. Why am I not using Perplexity to make my life easier so that my groceries get delivered before I even think about it? Those are it's real world applications. Sometimes in the Valley, I think we forget. Of course, it's very fascinating, interesting, the data center race, the billions of parameters, the models, generative AI, and all this is super interesting. But there are insurance companies out there in the Midwest. There are manufacturers of automobiles in Germany. There are farmers in China and India, and their lives are going to change by this AI. Because you imagine if you were a farmer in Tamil Nadu and you woke up and you knew what crops to plant that season or whether the rain was coming and what to harvest, and you were in some village, that changes your life, period. So whether or not there's a bubble in the Bay Area or other places of investment, kind of irrelevant to everyday life, as long as we can let this technology progress and have some utility from it. And I think that's what's going to change.
Yeah, and I think, bottom line, what you're saying is let's look at the outcome where we are going. Which company gets to be a big or small in that? It's an individual problem, not the world's problem.
This is not a Zoom view. If I was here for Zoom, I'd be like, Zoom all the way, use our virtual agents, our ZVA is great, contact center is wonderful. I'd say all of that. But this is like, utility is the holy grail. And if I think of the internet, think about my great-grandmother in Madras was sitting on the internet, in the 2000s. That's amazing.
Yeah. So since this is all about AI, Kiran, women in AI, etc., what do you see is the future in AI of potentially bringing some equality? What do you think we should do right now? Because we were talking kind of earlier about the gender parity is 130 years today. So in what way can AI help that? And what should each of us, each company, each of us should be doing to at least reduce that gap?
I'm going to just say this. You asked me about parenting, and I'll start by saying, yes, there's of course lots of things that companies can do, but it starts with, I remember this so well. My older son was at a very, very, very academically oriented school. He's still there. School. He's now 17. But when he was like six, the kindergarten age, we went into kindergarten. And the back to school night, if your parents in the room, you know exactly what you're talking about. You're so tired. You have to go to back to school night. You sit in the small chair and then they tell you everything they're going to teach your child. And my husband would always say, you have to go, Aparna. I don't care how tired you are. You have to go. The mom has to show up. I go. And I remember the teacher had put all the science in blue sheets of paper, all the reading in like pink sheets of paper, and the math was also in blue sheets of paper, and I think whatever the social studies or whatever that they called it at the time was in purple. And I thought to myself, my goodness, I have 2 boys. It kind of doesn't affect them. But I went up to her and I first said, you know what? You Miss so-and-so, just a thought, you might want to change the coloring. Because you know the girls gravitate towards pink, and you know the boys gravitate towards blue. And you should change the coloring because you're already reinforcing that stereotype. And she just looked at me, she's like, oh my goodness. But that is so important. And it's a fundamental thing. Like, your kids learn and do what you do. They don't learn and do what you say, unfortunately. Victim of that. But that's so important. So number one, starting with that baseline. And from an AI perspective, I mean, there's so much we can do. Companies have so much. I'll give you an example from Zoom. Everybody loves the virtual background. That was early AI. We use AI to figure out where you are in the background and not to chop off your head in a random place because your head looks somewhat different than someone else's head. But we had, I'm going to admit this, we got so much feedback at the beginning of the pandemic. Work people didn't really care. But when you hit the touch up my appearance, which every woman loves, I'm sorry. And I keep telling the guys, you got to use it. But when you hit the touch up my appearance, it would make me lighter. It would make African Americans lighter. And so we got so much feedback that said, why are you thinking light is good? I get you to take out my wrinkles, but why do you need to lighten me up? Why do you need to smooth out my fro? And frankly, that feedback is good. The feedback is good. And so I think the more we can look at feedback, parse the feedback. Did we take off the virtual background while we worked on it? No. But we did work on it and it got a lot better. So I would say, I think continually driving that circle, that feedback loop helps. And if you are in one of these underrepresented groups, be confident. Don't be a wallflower and feel bad for yourself. Like, state your case, state your name, and advocate for yourself.
So I have to ask you a fun question. You talked about Bharatanatyam that you did earlier, etc. So if I were to have asked you to do an activity that's not giving a talk as a leader, what would you like to do?
Eat. Yeah, I love to bake.
Would you like to dance again, or would you?
I just did dance again. So it is a resurgence of us 40-somethings. We go to each other's birthday parties, and
that's a good midlife crisis.
Yes,
then
it's a midlife crisis dance. And someone does a Bollywood number, and then you dance together, and it's quite funny because nobody's coordinated, you haven't practiced, but it's so fun. Yeah. So yes, of course.
Great. So I just want to wrap up by saying, do you have we have a lot of young women who will ultimately listen to this, etc. And as I said, you've had a very different career, from accounting to law to operations. And even within this, you had to integrate a lot of security things to make it more secure when the usage went up. So you have to learn as you go. So one of the things you always talk about is it's not like you've decided what you want to do for the next 5 years. You go with the flow and choose the best. So tell a little bit to the young people about, it's not about do what's currently fashionable, but is it going with the flow, or how do you suggest they pick the next thing?
So I think we're in an odd spot right now, because normally you would say get a great foundation, then keep your mind open. I don't really know. The kids these days, engineering is turned on its head with AI. The legal profession is turned on its head with it. All professions are turned on its head with AI. My husband and I are actually trying to convince our kids to learn plumbing and HVAC because everyone needs it. It is in such short supply. I have a friend whose husband runs an electrical business. It is booming, okay? So I struggle with this, but I will say the thing that I tell or I think about for my own family is that you have to put yourself in uncomfortable positions all the time. There's not one job I've had where someone has said, you belong here, you get to do it because you're super qualified. It has been the complete opposite. There's a guy named Young Sohn, okay? I think he's had his own venture fund, but he was the CEO of the company I went in-house with. And I remember him telling me, you can come for work for me and be my general counsel. And I said, well, I haven't been a lawyer in 9 years and wasn't a very good lawyer to start. And he said, yeah, that's okay. You learn, because I was talking to him about semiconductors and DRAM because my boss didn't show up. Well, luckily, I had done the homework. So this banker was talking about chips and how to tape out a chip to him. And that was the first company out of the 2008 abyss to go public. And he ended up hiring me internally. You just never know where you are, who's going to come in your way. You have to take every opportunity, even if you don't think you're qualified, if it's very uncomfortable, but use your ChatGPT and get up to speed. Use Gemini. I mean, the tools are so there for you. Do not shirk away with a lack of confidence. And if you need a boost of confidence, you call Rohini, who's our CEO of Natri. She'll just give you a electric impulse in this back.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for your time, Aparna, and I apologize for all the circling around you had to do.
I think everybody circled. I think everyone circled. I'm not alone.
Thank you so much for your time. And Aparna is going to be in India in February.
Yes.
And actually, my dream today, which we didn't do, which we are going to do in February, is I wanted to interview her and Radha Basu together, and which we are going to do in February when we go to India. So
sounds wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, Lakshmi.
Thanks. So,
Radha Basu is my aunt. Just so you know, if you know her, she's my aunt, my chitti.
Yeah, but she's a rock star in herself. The first woman to take technology company to India, started HP there, etc., etc. So I wanted to continue the conversation, and you need to keep hearing some personal things I say also. I talked to you about saris and how you have to appreciate saris from India. When you get a chance, you need to look at my shoes. These are called Kanjivaram shoes made by Usha Uttup. So she said that she gives a lot of performances. She gives a lot of performances all over the world. I'm not flexible enough to really raise my leg. That's all I can do. So she said she gives performances everywhere. She stands for hours, and she, but it's like this stupid white shoes she wears. So she said, I want to do something together. So we worked with her. We had actually a couple of the people who make the shoe, cobblers, come on the stage, be with her. And they made the shoes, and she made these Kanjivaram shoes to match her saris. And she made like 200 pairs, and she brought it to our conference. And so I am looking for somebody who owns a shoe company to partner with Usha Uttup to do Kanjivaram shoes. So if you have any connections, I would love to connect Usha to them and make her the brand ambassador for Kanjivaram shoes. So I'm wearing them. You can see they're all like, she makes them for every color, so it matches your sari and all that stuff. So this is Usha Uttup, the true entrepreneur. So anyway, I have to keep giving these tidbits so we can create business opportunities for others in this conversation. So next up, we have a conversation, and we have two more things left today, which are both phenomenally amazing. And my request is, Raji, can you see if anybody is out there? Just ask them to come inside, because talking is coming in, and it's not a good idea. So either they should leave or be in the room. Okay, thank you. So our next conversation, actually we are combining two things. One of the things I think about when we talk about inclusive AI and all these things is there's two pieces to it. There is an infrastructure, semiconductor piece to it, and then there is a coding and the software and the prompt engineering. There's a whole bunch of things. There's two pieces to it. So I want to invite two people. One I've known for over 3 decades. One I've known for 3 days, but they both feel like equally friendly because they're going to be part of AI Kiran. So I wanted to invite Sriram Vishwanathan. He's a very big shot venture capitalist now with Celesta, but To me, he'll always be my buddy from Intel. And then we have Kinnari, who's from Meta, who's doing phenomenal work at Meta. So I just met her recently, but I have adopted her, and she has no choice but to adopt AI Kiran. So I wanted both of them to have a conversation with them. I know it's a little informal. Sriram, if you don't mind, we'll stand and talk, yeah? I have to be careful because Sriram, like my buddy is not the Sriram, the head of Celeste. I have to treat him properly, but it's okay. We are all family. It's all right today. So I wanted to have both of you talk. Sriram, you've really built a bridge between India and semiconductors in a big way. You guys launched $1 billion fund, etc. Tell me a little bit about the role of semiconductors and why did you feel we needed to do this now? This is like a revival of semiconductors in some ways.
First of all, thank you, Lakshmi, and I apologize for being late. And
it's okay, we were also running late.
As you probably know, nobody can actually say no to Lakshmi. If Lakshmi says something or asks something, you have to do it. So thank you.
Including fighting traffic and finding parking. I apologize.
No, not at all. But Lakshmi and I go back a very long time, as she said, when both of us were 3 years old. Not just kidding. But we've known each other for decades. We started at Intel. So to answer your question, I sort of feel like, what I do now and what you and I were involved in doing 30, 35 years ago, nothing has changed practically. Because we all had the same view that semiconductors and really the core infrastructure that powers everything today was what was powering everything 35 years ago. It's funny, I was telling somebody this is called Silicon Valley for the reason. It's not called the Software Valley. So I, for my day job, I'm part of a firm along with Arun and other partners that run a deep tech venture firm. And we invest in semiconductors a lot. We invest in hardware. We invest in all kinds of things. I think to really put a fine point on your question, I think we've all come back to the core of what innovation is all about. Everything that we all take for granted, whether it's, EV cars or space or anything that you can think of, is really powered by advanced materials, advanced process engineering, advanced semiconductor technology, and so on. So we've been investing in that, and we think that that's the core of innovation that's driving lots of things that, run our lives today, whether it's, software or social media or any of these things. So we are super excited about it. It's refreshing to see that there's a hardware company that's worth $5 trillion and not just a software company that's worth $4 trillion. So
now, I have to say, when Sriram and I used to work together in the early 90s, in the mid-90s, actually, we were part of a group at Intel called Corporate Business Development, which was precursor to Intel Capital. So we had an office in CAA, in Hollywood. We're all like this Silicon Valley bumpkins, like we have no, we don't know evening gowns and, A-list parties or anything like that. So we had this office in CAA. And like all these Steven Spielberg, all these people would come and we would be like, hey, this is internet. This is how you get on www something. And then we would go to all these Disney, all of them, and say, you must start an interactive division. And now I think back at those days and I feel at the beginning of every technology, there is an evangelism period that you need to make people believe in it. And now when we think, it was just in the mid-90s, we had to convince people to just have a website, and look at where we are today. And so, Kinnari, you are like a little bit much after that generation. You take that for granted, etc. So tell us a little bit about all the things you've done that got you to where you are at Meta today. Tell us a little bit about what got you here. What are you? You're front and center of AI revolution right now. So tell about your background a little bit.
Sure. Thank you for letting me share the stage with him. But I'm Kinnari, and I'm right now in engineering leadership at Meta. I've been at Meta for 6 years now. Prior to that, coming from Pinterest and Uber and Microsoft, and that's been my journey. But I'm also a mom of 2 kids, 2 girls. And, like you rightly said, there is going to be an age before AI and after AI, right? And my husband, he is a startup founder. Also in AI, and needless to mention. And just in the last couple years or so, both him and I, we have discussed primarily how do we continue to not to be relevant and not become dinosaurs in this space as these new generations coming in. And they are so smart. They are kids, but they're so smart. We saw some of the kids speak here, very inspiring, like someone said. That's one aspect of it. So, you know, him and I have a side gig going on, which has nothing to do with his startup, nothing to do with my job. So that's always been on our minds as to how do we continue to be relevant. And, you know, as such, then at work, you know, I believe that being hands-on on your hands-on job is the best way to learn anyway. And so I intentionally started, you know, picking those roles at Meta. I've been at Meta for 6 years, but I've been across 5 orgs. So I started with Instagram, then I went to the generative AI org. I was there for a year and a half. I dealt with LLM. That's when Meta was getting into it. The llama models, and got into the image and video generation of it. And then finally, you know, I don't know if other people are from Meta over here, but my opinion is, and please don't yell at me for this, but only my personal opinion is that I think Meta might or might not succeed being a real competitor to OpenAI or Anthropic even, but I genuinely believe it is 10 years ahead in delivering AI through devices, and that's where it will succeed. That's my personal opinion only. And I think that other companies are only now starting to get into it, and we're way ahead. So that's something that I'm very excited about now, and that's how I got myself into AI for devices, which was earlier this year in March. And it's super exciting. But yeah, that's how I'm here.
So, Sriram, tell me a little bit. We were talking about AI for devices, actually, and tell me a little bit about in the AI revolution. What are the role of whether it's EVs or devices or whatever? What are some of the hardware kind, or is it flying cars, or what are some of the things that are coming that will change the reality as we know it?
It was a famous Yogi Berra quote that it's future is always harder to predict, but the past is very easy to predict. So very difficult to say where it's all headed. But I'll tell you what I get excited about. Meta and OpenAI, Anthropic, all of them are solving big problems, right? They're really solving the core inference problem. And these are for the big guys, there's no question. But there are very innovative startups that are really solving some more fundamental problems, which are, in a way, you can think of them as derivative problems. After somebody has laid the foundation, then there's applications and services that have to get enabled. But between the top layer of the application and services and the bottom layer of the core physical hardware, there's a lot of disruptive things that can be created. I'll give you just one example. I'll give you 2 examples. One is someone who's near and dear to maybe many of us, Shivaram's son.
Varun Shivaram.
Varun Shivaram, you may have seen. He's solving a very interesting problem with regards to energy. And how do you actually balance between the data center energy needs, largely driven by compute constraints for inference, and matching it with what is available on the grid, and really sort of doing impedance matching, if you will, and ensuring that the energy consumption is matched with when the grid power is optimal to be consumed. And as you can imagine, everybody's concerned about AI, but the real constraint to AI large-scale proliferation is energy. And all the utilities are also concerned about it. So this is a very innovative problem that he's trying to solve. Another example is a company that's actually called Normal Computing, which is in one of our portfolio. You may or may not have heard of this company. It's a very small company based in New York. And they solve a very different problem, which is when people are trying to solve the LLMs, foundation models to see how they can be applicable in a variety of industries, whether it's healthcare or retail or education, whatever it is. The regulated industries that depend on AI to deliver a certain value or service invariably have a requirement to have the AI system, whether it's agentic or otherwise, to explain why the AI is recommending whatever it's recommending. So you can imagine when you're in the insurance industry, if somebody is applying for insurance and you're declined, regulatorily, you have to be able to explain why was this declined. And it's not just enough for a LLM to sort of say this is the right reason for it, but you have to be able to trace it. You have to be able to audit it. So these are, derivative problems. I sort of think of it as derivative problems that are going to be huge constraints for large-scale proliferation. So, several months ago, I posted something on my LinkedIn about my conversation with Claude. This was the previous version, and some of you may have read it. It sounds like you have read it. It's a conversation that I had with Claude, where Claude was actually, giving me some spiel. It was completely not true. And you can go and look at that conversation. It's a very interesting conversation where I literally caught Claude lying to me, right? And I kept trying to trap it, and it kept finding reasons to sort of escape from it. And Amanda Askell, who's in Anthropic, is technically the social police, if you will, at Anthropic, who is giving it a personality. So it's very hard to actually codify how to give intentionality and a soul, if you will, for the AI system. And, that's an interesting problem. And then recently I just saw a startup that is addressing exactly that problem. When can you actually turn the AI system from being, like a sycophant versus, an obedient slave versus whatever? And these are, who decides? Is it the creator of the LLM that should decide what the personality of the AI should be as you interface? Or should it be decided by the user? And should it be restricted to only 4 or 5 personality types? Or should it be unique to you? So I never thought that what I wrote would give some young entrepreneur a reason to believe that this is a problem statement for us to go build a company around. So these are just examples of derivative things, while the big guys are trying to solve, what's the next, inference engine to build or large language model to build. There are so many opportunities like this, which, small firms like us, we get pretty excited about. So that's kind of.
And also, I think when we think of our time back at Intel, when internet came, Andy Grove would always say, what the heck is this? This is like the wild, wild west. How will anybody make any money on this? And you guys are running around spending money on this. But he did give us the money to do things, to his credit. So I think there is a lot that's happening that we can't think of right now. In those days, we couldn't imagine what internet would be. And today, we can't imagine what AI is going to be. But what you said leads to an interesting thing, Kinnari, you and I were talking about, is the role of prompt engineering. So tell us a little bit about your thoughts on how a prompt can, go to energy usage all the way back to a good prompt versus a bad prompt.
So I think that, one of the easiest ways for any kind of user, technical, non-technical, someone who's, anywhere in the world, to access AI is through a prompt. It's the easiest way to do that, right? Prompts are, one of the, in an earlier session, someone said it and it resonated with me. Text is a way of transaction. Voice is a way of building a relationship. And so when you're prompting, you are transacting, right? And, when I'm talking to you, I have a tone. You know my role. I have an objective. You know my context, right? When I come and tell you, hey, I had a breakup with someone, you know everything about me. And hence you know what to tell me, that good job or, oh, I'm so sorry, right? When you are communicating with AI, it really doesn't know. It knows the extent of what it knows is only as much as you've fed it in the past. And so, I'm a fitness nerd. My family's a fitness nerd. And so if you ask, for an example, if you ask ChatGPT, what is mitochondria? Versus, please explain mitochondria as my nutrition coach to someone who is a beginner in fitness, right? Now it knows what its role is, that it's supposed to be a nutrition coach. So it's assuming that. It has context that you're a beginner in fitness, and now it's going to explain mitochondria to you. Versus tell me something about mitochondria, right? And so the more elaborate but not rubbish, the more elaborate and precise a prompt is, the better results and outputs you're going to get. So typically, just typical of Deepak Ramoli's, rather than he might be like, oh, that happened in my session, it was in your session, but it really resonated with me, so I mentioned it. But typically the prompt is an art and a science, the way I see it, right? The art part is okay, no ball. Sorry, that startled me a little bit. The art part is the creativity of a prompt, and the science part is the architecture of the system, right? The creativity is, are you able to put words that the model is going to understand in a way that it can help you out? And the science of it is a prompt is broken down into 4 parts. One is the pre-processing. I'm just explaining it in a very abstract, view. One is the pre-processing it. So when you write something, it's going to filter it. Safety, is there anything harmful in it? Is there private data that you're using, right? And then it's going to guide you accordingly. So that's the pre-processing. What it then does is the pre-processing part also breaks it down into tokens. Tokens are small, tiny words. Once they're broken down, it goes into something called an orchestration layer, right? An orchestration layer is context gathering. It's learning from all your context history, your threads, right? Then it's routing it to the right model. Right? There are lots of different kinds of models. There's a research model, there's a regular model, right? What happens after the orchestration layer is that the actual neural network, every model is a transformer model, billions of parameters, right? There are small models, big models. So the intent is detected from your prompt. What are you trying to do? That's when it goes to the neural network. Now it's trying to predict the next word again and again and again. And that's where the actual model you're working with comes into picture, right? Then you're gathering all the output of, there are different agents trying to get you a result, getting the output, and the final step is the post-processing step, right? Post-processing is filtering the data, putting it in the style you want it, the format you want it, and so on and so forth. Like I said, I've explained like the 10,000 foot of this, but this is how a prompt is broken. So if you understand the architecture of it, when you write something and feed it to a model, you can start expecting what to get out of it, right? But that's really it.
Great. My son shows me sometimes, see, mom, how I'm asking a question. It's so precise that it gives the right answer. Usually I'm like, I write like 2-word questions. It's like, no, you have to be very, very precise. So my last question to both of you is going to be this age of AI, semiconductor, software, all this. What's the role of culture, arts and culture in all this? In what way do we keep our culture? In what way do we build our bridges to our culture? So what's the importance of soft power in this?
I think that the models that we have today and the output we get are only as good as the data you feed it, right? We talked about inclusion. We talked about responsible AI in some sessions. The more unbiased data you feed it, the more equal data you feed it, the better output it's going to give you. That's the first aspect of it. But my personal opinion is that it is never going to become human. There are lots of unspoken things in this world, lots of unsaid things that humans connect on, they get context from. There's a concept of a space, there's a concept of an environment, there's a concept of culture. I don't think AI is ever going to get there, but when I speak to my husband about that, he does not agree with me at all. So that's a conversation for another time. But I do think there's going to be a gap. There's always going to be a gap, as it should be, right? Otherwise, we're going to become irrelevant in this world. But yeah, that's my stance on it.
Maybe I have a slightly different view, which is, this is a symbiotic evolution, right? So, in fact, I was listening to Sam Altman's one of his podcasts where he said, no child born today will ever be smarter than the AI that he or she will interact with. And there's a corollary to that, which is something that we assume as unique to a culture or, a sect of, people from one country or one group or whatever. I think that is also changing. And I'll give you a simple example, and you'll relate to this because your son and my son are almost the same age. And 35 years ago, when these kids were pre-internet age, when they were born, 10 years later, and I don't know if you remember Entertainer, which was the first precursor to YouTube and all of that. And there was this one moment when I knew that his life was going to be very different, which is that he went to the television and Jeopardy was playing on, and he kept punching these buttons, and he said, "Dad, the TV is broken." Because he never knew that there is a way for you to interact with the television without actually having to touch it. He didn't know that word. So likewise, I think where we are right now is that the kids that are going to be born now and are really at that impressionable age, they won't know the time when AI was not there. So for them to see themselves and their culture and their social fabric being different from a machine, I think it's flawed. I don't think that's going to exist. Your grandkids and my grandkids are going to assume that AI is how everybody grew up. And they won't know that there was a culture that existed pre-AI. And so we are evolving, just like the way the LLMs are evolving, we're evolving ourselves. Like what you just said, how people use in the early days, it's ironic, we're talking about early days, which is 3 years
10
ago.
years ago, 20 years ago.
3 years ago,
Yeah.
when you were interacting with GPT-3, nobody talked about prompt engineering. Nobody said that you got to ask the prompt in a particular way. They used the prompt like the way you use Google search, and they got gibberish. Now you talk about prompt engineering. In fact, one of the universities actually offers a course on prompt engineering. So I think we're changing ourselves, our behavior, and culturally we're also changing. So I don't see this as a bright line between culture pre-AI and post-AI. It's all going to meld. We're all going to, be interacting with each other differently. So, whether you like it or not, this is the future that we wanted, and we've got it.
And I think we are going to evolve with different languages in the same family. Like the other day, my son said something, and I said, "Don't sound like a broken record." And he's like, "What do you mean by that?" And I'm like, "My God, the guy doesn't know what a record is, much alone a broken record." I was just like, language is changing. So I just want to thank both of you. I think it's important to put a perspective on how many angles there are. AI is just not one monolithic thing that somebody is sitting there doing something. The person who's laying the cables to the person who's designing the chip to the person who's building the car to the person who's doing the prompt engineering. There are like millions of people involved in this. And we hope that all of you will be part of our journey in a way to make it as inclusive as possible. Great.
I have just one comment to make, Lakshmi. I've seen you over 3.5 decades, and you've always...
And we were only three and a half decades.
You always tried to get the conversation around not just the technology, but what it means to the social fabric. And I always said that you're like the Oprah of our times, and you've continued to be involved in these sorts of conversations. So kudos to you. I'm just honored to sort of be associated with you and Kritika and others, and I'd love to be, support you in what you're trying to do, especially in the context of, this is, this kind of like the famous movie Amadeus. For those of you that are, and I'm sure Vasu, you probably know this line that I'm going to say, where Wolfgang is playing this, famous piece, and the Archbishop says, just cut out a few notes. There are too many notes. I think we're all in that journey where we're all sort of grappling with all this technology, and we have to remove a bunch of things to see what is really going on. And those conversations are interesting. What is the impact on culture? What's the impact on safety? What's the impact on, a mother-son relationship? These are all the interesting things, and I hope you try to address conversations like that, which I think will be very important. So kudos to you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. And it's great to have, we are, I was telling Neeru earlier that, after all these years, you're still married. All these computers, my friend was here from IIT Bombay days, and to Anjali was my junior in IIT Bombay, to everyone here. I think it's great we are together even after all these years, and we're going to be together for many more years. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Thanks. So we're going to wrap up today with we were talking about art, culture, etc. You know, one of the most amazing things that I have that I love is storytelling, and I really want us to talk about how important storytelling is. So I've seen a movie recently called Humans in the Loop, and I was totally amazed by how relevant it was to what we were talking about in terms of, we talked about AI, every level of AI being important. So we have AI annotators and AI coders and all kinds of things. So Purnima, I want you to listen to this before you go. Arun, come back. Sorry. Arun, you need to stay for this because we have two amazing young people who are doing amazing stuff. So you need to listen. And then after that, there's Tair Sadam, of course, upstairs. So a lot of Tair Sadam. If you guys don't eat, we have to take it home. So please eat some Tair Sadam. So I want to invite, onto the stage, two people, both Nisaq and Aranya. He's the writer, director, conceptualized the movie. Big round of applause for his what he's wearing today. And Misaq, who's working with him to make this movie memorable for many, many years to come, as an executive producer, as a supporter, as a spokesperson, as many, many things. So this movie is in contention for Best Screenplay at Oscars. So the more we talk about this, each of you can have a screening of the film, etc. And some of you are interested, I'll connect them to you. We thought we'll have you come talk about, please join me on stage. And I want to thank Medha, who's supposed to be here on stage, but she's not well, so she's there. She's also supporting this in a big way. So I want to talk a little bit about, the movie. How many of you seen Humans in the Loop? Okay, yeah, great. So we'll actually, why don't we just start with the clip and then we'll come. Sorry, that was the plan and I messed it up.
हिमा जी, आज अपने पेस्ट को क्या लेबल किया? पेस्ट ही किए हैं। इसको क्या किया? वो पेस्ट नहीं है मैडम, नहीं पहुंचाता है। हम आपको प्रेजेंटेशन के वक्त ही बताना चाहते थे, वो पेस्ट नहीं है, वो पत्ता जरूर खाता है पर पत्ते का सड़ा हुआ हिस्सा खाता है ताकि बाकी का पौधा ठीक रहे। हानि नहीं पहुंचाता है। AI बच्चे की तरह है मैडम, उसको गलत सिखाएंगे तो गलत सीख जाएगा। ऐसा ही मैम जी, क्लाइंट ने अगर बोला है कि ये पेस्ट है तो ये पेस्ट है। आपका काम है लेवल करना, बस उतना ही करिए, अपना दिमाग मत घुमाइए। ये बच्चे की तरह है, फलाना है, ढिमकाना है। आपको सच में लगता है कि यह एक बच्चा है? पूरा परिवार बसाने आ गया है यहाँ। जाइए जाके अपना काम करिए।
So where Aranya said we should start with a clip, I asked him, is this a clip we're going to start with? Because this was the most amazing part of the film for me, of how we think we are experts, but the people who live on the land really know what they're talking about. So these people who are AI taggers are not just, dumb people who are marking, but if you give them the space, they're really bright people. So tell me, how did you get this idea?
Firstly, thank you. I mean, this is such an incredible honor to show this film here. I've spent 3 years now with this Oscar campaign. It's been 3 years that I'm here researching the film, researching the subject of data annotation. And I think showing the film here is befitting from the perspective that so much of the design of AI is happening here, and then the rest of the world is adopting it. idea per se came to me through an article that I had read by a journalist called Karishma Mehrotra. She had incidentally researched and wrote about Radha Basu Prasad's iMerit. And they had, in fact, she'd done a long form article on it, and what the women working there and their experiences annotating data. And, you know, the interesting thing is that a lot of times they say in screenwriting that a great premise is also a great curse, because it can just stagnate. It can become just that. So the challenge for me was, where do you take the narrative towards? And that really, this job itself, data annotation and labeling itself, revealed the theme to me, which is that when an annotator annotates and makes an algorithm understand the difference between a chair and a table by repetitive tagging, I realized that that job is very much akin to that of parenting. Because what is happening is that we are teaching our children how to differentiate between colors, between objects, and then have good and bad, and then we're forcing our sense of morality onto our children. So if this job is like parenting, could AI be viewed as a child, right? So then the premise became, an indigenous mother, an Adivasi mother, begins training an AI child, but on the data of the global north. She can't ever have her data, train the algorithms, and that became the conflict of the film. That became the front and center of the film. I mean, we've had a great journey with this film, very organic, 100 screenings across the country, and then we landed a Netflix deal, and now we won something called the Sloan Distribution Grant, which is a science-based grant given to films like Oppenheimer and Imitation Game. So ours is the third in the line after that. Yeah. So.
So, Ms. Haq, this is a business question for you. There are many movies you produce, etc. What made you pick this?
It's easy. This guy and his sense of style. I'm mainly a filmmaker. I produce and direct. So I met Aranya at a film festival, and immediately we just became friends. We connected, I think, on just a human level, as this title of the thing says. This film and this film is basically has been able to connect with audiences way beyond the Indian diaspora. For example, myself, I'm from Afghanistan originally and have connection with India. Hindi bhi bolta hun thodi bahut. So for me, it was like when I met Aranya, obviously his connection to the topic and really spending what maybe what artists do in this day and age is kind of really sitting with the subject, really doing it the right way. Like we're talking about responsible AI, like he spent time with the villagers, he's spent time there, and it's been, since his childhood because his parents were there and had lived in those areas, and also bringing on an EP who is an indigenous filmmaker on the project right from the get-go, right? So just doing checkboxing everything. And so when I saw the film, I haven't executive produced a film in a very long time because it's just a fancy name for getting all of you guys to come watch it, which I'll hope to do as we converse. Well, I'll just do it now. Okay. So on Sunday, okay, listen carefully. This is the most important part. He will say things which will be also important, but this is the most important part. On Sunday at the AMC Matreon. Where is AMC Matreon? 10 minutes from here. You're all invited. Please come see me right after, and I'll give you free tickets. I mean, what? Free tickets? Okay. AMC Matreon at 4:30. Okay, you can come, bring some friends. We have limited seating, but since you're here, and we have such a wonderful host here who has hosted us here, that was that. So I kind of, went from my from your question into going to the end, into promoting it, which is my job. I'm just trying to do my job. Now that its bases are covered, now I'm going to be starting my stand-up comedy from this point onwards. So all questions I'll answer in a non-serious way.
Great. So Aranya, tell us a little bit about, there's something else you wanted to show. Give me a little bit of a context of what is it you're trying to do with this film?
See, the there's so many areas that AI is touching. It's not just the chain of, it's not just how it's being built, but also the sectors that it is touching upon. One of the things that it is going to touch upon significantly is identity of people. And there is a scene, and I'm can we play? We'll play the clip 4. It's a scene where an Adivasi woman generates an image of herself in software like Midjourney, right? And she doesn't find herself there, right? What does that mean to be working to develop AI, but not being able to find yourself in those algorithms? That is something that we've tried to explore, and I'll, of course, after this clip, I'll talk a little more about it.
इतनी देर तक क्या कर रही हो? टास्क नहीं हो आगे? आज की टास्क का यूज जानती हो? नहीं? रुको मैं दिखाती हूँ. तो ये एक AI आर्ट जनरेटर है. अब वो प्रोटोटाइप टेस्ट करना चाहती है. ये जो तुम फोटो पेंटिंग लेवल कर रहे हो ना, ये सब मिला के वो अपना एक AI पेंटिंग बना रहे. तुम्हारी पेंटिंग बनाए आप. क्या आता है देखते हैं. अरे ट्राइबल लिखने से ऐसे, पर ऐसा होना तो नहीं चाहिए. इंडियन ट्राइबल डाल के देखते हैं. सर्च स्पेक्ट्रम शायद थोड़ा बड़ा हो जाए. अरे ये तो अमेरिकन नेटिव इंडियन जैसी इमेज है ना.
So what we're doing with this is that, there is a hierarchy of knowledge systems that has existed since the Industrial Revolution. Wherever money has centered itself, you find that the knowledge percolates from that. And we are seeing the same replication of that in AI, right? Certain knowledge systems will be will not even feature. For example, when she says कि ये pest नहीं है madam, ये हानि नहीं पहुंचाता है. This is actually from my interactions with a data annotator who was indigenous. She they were supposed to do an agricultural module, and this woman was given one seed to label that is this a rabi crop or a kharif crop, and whether will you put it in a certain season. She told her manager, ma'am, if you put it in this season in the soil, it's not going to reap the same kind of benefits. And incidentally, the manager accepted the possibility of putting that data into the system. But that's not the case across, right? And मूलतः जो बोलते हैं, like mainly this is not the case happening across data centers or even in its design format. So what we're trying to do with the film is a question, an inquiry of whether a system designed for everybody represents everybody, especially people from the global south, especially from people of our own country, and especially people who are marginalized within our own country. So it's talking about that, but it speaks about, if you saw, she searches for beautiful women, and the image that pops up is of all Caucasian descent. So that's something that we're trying to do with this film. There are many things that that are there, but this is the front and the center of it.
Sorry, it's like one of the great things about doing my job is you find amazing people. One of the saddest thing about my job is you ask them to ask their entire lifetime in like 3 minutes, which is very, very difficult to do. I'm sorry, there are other clips I know you wanted to show, but we are running short of time. I do want to say that they're here till the 16th or 17th. Any of you want to do a screening at your home and invite your friends, in your community center, invite people. They really want as many people as possible to see this film before the 16th or 17th. And Raji said she might do something in the Berkeley Center. So please do approach them afterwards if you want just a bunch of people to see this, because as they make the Oscar run, it's very important as many people as possible see it. And I know Misak is dying to say something, so here.
I know you said my lines, but you did it so much better. You did it so much better. One of the most beautiful. First of all, we're very grateful even for the 20 minutes that you gave us. I don't know if somebody's keeping count if it has been 20 minutes or not, but if you're cutting us short, it's all good. No, I'm joking. Such gracious host. So one of the things that has made this film successful, believe it or not, it has been people like yourselves who come in, watch it, and just immediately feel transformed by the film. You will see it on Sunday. This film is transformational. It's not just like any film. New York Times just listed it on the top best international films to stream. Okay, so believe them if you can't believe me. Yeah. So this film has been able to reach over 100 screenings across India. Okay, so if you think about it, to get 100 screenings, okay, you need a major studio behind you, all of that. But it was done by people like yourselves sitting on the seats right here saying, you know what, I like what these guys are doing. Let me actually host a screening. So it has reached India over 100 screenings. We're trying to do and replicate that here in the US. We had a whole week run in LA, and now we're here in San Francisco for 5-6 days. We do have 2 nights open that we could actually host. What we did is we bought this really cool projector. So it's going to be like a big screen like this. It has a nice speaker. So all we need, if you like to host us, we just need a wall. And you bring your people and your community. And the whole idea is we watch the film, have a conversation afterwards. And yes, do come afterwards to us. And we would love to invite you to the Sunday screening. Even if you come to the Sunday screening, this is a film you would want to watch over and over again. So that's my kind of my end spiel.
So just taking a cue and wrapping up. See, this Oscar run is never an easy run for any film. It comes with a whole lot of challenges and a whole lot of support that you need from people. And that's why doing it here in SF, we're actually beginning our campaign from San Francisco, and this is like a month-long thing. So apart from screenings, we're obviously looking for support in terms of partners who come on board and help us in this Oscar campaign. And we'll be happy to take it up right after this. So thank you. Thank you for having us, Lakshmi. This is so wonderful. Thank you.
I do want to thank you so much for both of your time. Thank you. So one of the things we want to, there's going to be last clip I'm going to show you, and then Kritika is going to come on stage and we're going to tell you, this journey is not just about technology. Technology is the base. Technology is just the infrastructure, based on which what kind of behaviors are going to come out, what kind of connections are going to come out, what kind of relationships are coming, what kind of stories are we going to tell, that is what is going to make or break our future. The AI can be like the most amazing equalizer or can be the most devastating divider, and it's really up to us to decide that. I heard about this film through 2 people. One is Kiran Rao, who's EP on that. She's a good friend, so I was hosting her here. The whole evening she talked about this film and said, you must immediately go watch it. And it wasn't on Netflix then. But and then Anand Gandhi, who's been an Inc. Fellow since 2013, but he's like Aranya, these are all like a case of brilliance that I can't even fathom how people think. And we have others. We have Deepak Ramola here, and we have, these are all young people who are just at a stage that I can't even comprehend how they turn ideas into action. And then there are like these energy boosters like Raji, who are not only brilliant but know how to go do things out there. So I'm truly honored to have all these people, and I want to play this video. This is just a little bit of a background. Anand Gandhi is a filmmaker. He did Ship of Theseus, and actually Kiran was an EP on that role. She seemed to always pick like the best people. And so the whole premise is about the times we are living in, and we need to really understand how much of us is being manipulated, how much of it is being real. And that's very important to move into the future. And this is just a trailer for a book. This is not a film trailer. It's a trailer for a book. They put it on Kickstarter for $10,000, ended up raising $420,000, became a huge blockbuster success. It'll come out as a book next year. But the reason I want to show is that it's movies like this. We need to understand how to support storytellers who can take ideas and make them relatable, because otherwise they'll remain in the halls of Silicon Valley. You know, it's important to take it outside to the world. And I do want to acknowledge, I didn't get a chance to give her an opportunity to speak, but Anna, who's here, she's working with over 70, 80 governments and bringing AI to young people, opening conversations, etc. But I just want to say, remember at the beginning I talked about the African proverb, unless the lion start telling the stories, the story will be of the hunter. We need to have our young people tell their stories and give it a stage and support it. Otherwise, somebody else will tell the stories. So I just want you to watch this trailer, and we're going to wrap up 5 minutes after that. And then there's Tair Sadam upstairs.
Great stories rewrite us and then become us. I'm going to read you such a story. Our story begins on May, in the 891st year of the Maya Krama. Our peace rests upon a barbarous elsewhere. Today, that elsewhere is here. Long ago, when all of May raged with war, when Garudas still hunted and Nags lurked in the shadows, a storyteller unlike any other was born. And May rejoiced as this bard's tales ended all war. Soon the rulers of May discovered that they no longer needed armies. Why force obedience when you can shape desire itself? For those who control the bard, control everything. Every craving, every fear could now be quietly sparked by a tale. A spark ignites a flame roars into an inferno. Just before a seller knocks at your door, you begin craving their honey meal. Days before your neighbor is dragged away into the night, you begin to distrust them. The bard knows all that was, all that is, and hence all that will be. Who is this bard, you ask? They call it Maya, the story tree. Now, when you gaze into Maya, Maya gazes back into you, and it does not blink. The world of May has risen before, dispersed into silence, and risen once more. Each time it sees through fresh eyes, reaching with new limbs into the dark from which it emerged. What does it seek? What will it see now that it hasn't seen before? Hiranyagarbha.
Come on over, Kritika. So I just want to say that the people we are finding are, these are all, like AI Kiran, started in India for the world, like Humans in the Loop, started in India for the world, like Maya, started in India for the world. Their ambition is not just to make a film, it's to make a Star Wars. They've hired the 100 of the best artists from across the globe. Hugo Weaving, who's in every movie from Matrix to whatever, is doing. So these are all not people not aiming low. They're going for the Oscars. They're not just going for, some, a screening here or there. So I just want to say we are very privileged to work with such amazing people who want the world. They're not there to just do their job and go home. I mean, every one of the contributors we meet to the Trailblazers So we need you as part of this in whatever way you can. And so you get the parting words.
All right. No, what an incredible, incredible afternoon, right? From what we just spoke about towards the end about that gives you a peek into the world of inclusive AI as relates to what data the models are being trained on, what it recognizes and not, to semiconductors, to world of parenting, and just so many different aspects of inclusive AI. Maybe I'd just ask as we close, and we will. Someone told me yes. Someone said 10 minutes, so we will close in 10 minutes. Some key takeaways. What's going through your mind as you have been through this journey over the last few hours with us together? What's on your mind? What will you leave with?
Unless you're asleep, you better talk.
Yes. We're standing in between you and Tahir Sadam. So we're going to get at least a few comments. We're going to get like 2 or 3 comments about what's going on in your mind. How are you thinking about it? Strength in numbers. In what way? Beautiful, beautiful. What else? Hive mind.
What does it not? Right.
Well, beautiful. Totally, totally.
Anything from the back? All of you?
That's awesome. Yeah, you can't be what you can't see, and just the beauty of the diversity, whether it's gender, whether it's youth, whether it is, the elderly. It was just a beautiful, beautiful mix today. No, it's, yes.
Came up and spoke, because it wasn't, if you look at what they were trying to do, it wasn't to make money and to, advance themselves, but really to uplift humanity in every one of them, what they spoke about.
The next generation is truly going to save this world, and I have so much hope for the next generation. My daughter, who's a sophomore at NYU, she studies data science and the environment. She came over the summer and she was in tears. And she said, "Mom, you're shouting off of the rooftops about AI and the benefits of AI. And here we are, where the earth is dying and AI is the biggest contributor. What are you doing about that?" Right? Our children are truly conscious, and they make you think 5 times. To which I did tell her that yes, we will support. They all have different roles to play in this movement and inclusive AI. I said, okay, I might fund people who are working on the environment. I'm not directly working on it, but I think about where I can make a huge difference, which is in the world of inclusive AI. And I'll close with a story and another African proverb. The story is, thinking about my own journey. People often ask me what drives you. Been with such big firms like Meta, like SoftBank, and you now have your venture funded startup. What drives you? And the picture that always comes to my mind is a picture of my mother. She did not have the opportunity to finish her high school education because her parents said, "You only need enough math to do the grocery bill." Because after all, why would a girl child need to know any more math than to do the grocery bill, right? By the way, her brother finished a postgraduate degree, so it wasn't that they didn't know the value of education. To then think about the change that one generation can make, one generation, and the pride that she has when she sees, the picture of her daughter on the cover of a Fortune, or one day she actually dialed in over Zoom to the New York Stock Exchange for one of the IPO bell ringings, and there was my mother who didn't finish her high school education at the New York Stock Exchange with her daughter and with her granddaughters who were there on the podium. And that visual is a remarkable representation of what difference one generation can make, and really the responsibility that each one of us have. I mean, the fact that we're in this room, it has privilege associated with it. And we come from all different backgrounds here, but there is a platform that we have, and it's that platform that we have to pay it forward. So let's all gather together in all of our different ways, in whatever ways possible. And Raji has a comment. Yes. All right, Raji, you have a comment.
Yeah, so the one thing that I wanted to tell is AI is going to hit all of us. It has hit all of us, and we want more good people like you to be part of AI. AI can be good, both good and bad. It can be turned in either way. We want to bring the generational wisdom. We want to bring stories from our grandmothers, stories from our villages, things that AI data is not being collected. We want you to collect those stories. Something that is human is stories. I wish if there is one part that won't change is human stories, right? So we want good people into AI, and if all of you need to be involved in this for both young innovators as well as for women, please be part of the journey with us. Lakshmi and Kritika are doing amazing job, and I just want us to all be part of one great family that will do good with AI.
So I had them all come on stage because while we say we started it, if Anu didn't support me in 2007, I wouldn't be here. If Deepthi didn't step up, this entire thing, she's been the producer, director, communicator, running, getting the people, everything, all. Usually I have 7 people do this in India, and the 2 of them have done everything here. So I call Raji, next thing I know, they're the website. I didn't even think of having a website. And so till this morning, she was changing the website. So I really want to say that, it's easy to get on stage, get laurels, but really, if we didn't have these 3 people who truly are the stars, we wouldn't be here today. Anu, I know she's going to hate me for doing this, but I do drag her on a stage way more than she likes me to, but I think we need to get more women to be on stage and learn to take a bow. So I really want to thank all of you and thank everyone here. So remember, there are 3 words you need to remember. 1, champion. 2, I'm waiting for you guys. Have you been watching? Ambassador. What is 3? Visionary. Okay, remember one of those 3. So, and 4, most important, participant. Just go on AI Kiran, sign up. Everybody can be a participant. Just be part of the community because you just need to know what's going on. And I really want to thank Anirudh, he's an fellow, and these are all people who are super senior people, and we just make them come. Anirudh, the soul male, please come here. So we have to acknowledge the men in our life also. So he just pulled all the demos, everything together, and just done it. Thank you so much, Ani. Thank you so much. Only for us, not for you. So don't call him. So, and thanks to all of you for coming here, and Deepak, all of you. And Deepak is like a superstar, and here he is just doing these sessions for us. He's like a rock star in Stanford. And when he stands and talks to people, literally millions of people have heard him. So we are really privileged to have all of you with us. And of course, there are the Jays and Srirams and Aruns of the world. Bechare, we take them for granted and drag them here. I mean, Arun used to be in Obama's administration, for God's sake, running the whole. These are all rock stars. Absolute. Everybody sitting here is a rock star, and I want to thank all of you for being here. Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Please, my closing African proverb, which is very fitting for all of what we have spoken, which is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We are really in this journey together, and we are so grateful to each one of you for the time you've given us this afternoon and for everything that we will do. I think we'll just look back a decade from now on the ripple impact that came from this event, and we look forward to every step together. Thank you.
So please go say hi to Rani and Shiloh are upstairs from Tair Sadam. Shiloh is an ad executive. Rani is a partner at PwC. This is their engineering school friends who have done this. So please eat, talk to them, thank them. Thank you.